Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I have always been a man of quiet reflection, a scholar whose days were typically consumed by dusty tomes and the silent musings of ancient texts. My life was one of ordered solitude, punctuated only by the steady rhythm of academic research and the occasional murmured thought. I never imagined that one ordinary autumn evening would shatter that calm, dragging me into a vortex of mystery and foreboding that spanned centuries and bloodlines. It began with an envelope, worn at the edges and sealed with a dark, almost otherworldly wax. The handwriting on the front was unfamiliar yet carried an unsettling familiarity, as if echoing a name I had long forgotten. The envelope arrived at my doorstep at dusk, when the sky was a tapestry of deep indigo and flickering stars. I recall the precise moment. The bell above my door chimed softly, a sound that would soon be overshadowed by an even more profound silence. My hand trembled as I broke the seal, and a single, cryptic letter fell onto the worn wooden floor of my study. The letter was a riddle in itself, a series of verses written in an archaic hand, each line laden with symbolism and obscured meaning. I spent a long, uneasy moment reading it by the light of a single, sputtering candle. Every word hinted at ancient secrets and dire destinies, and as I read, I could not shake the sensation that the letter was addressed specifically to me. It spoke of forgotten pacts, of lineage intertwined with dark rituals, and of a destiny that was as inevitable as it was tragic. No sooner had I begun to ponder these ominous verses than another strange occurrence disturbed the quiet of my night. At the very moment when the final line of the letter echoed in my mind, a black raven appeared outside my window. Its feathers shone with an iridescent luster against the dim light, and its eyes glowed with an intelligence that seemed far beyond that of any ordinary bird. The raven did not caw or flutter anxiously. Instead, it sat motionless, as if waiting for me to understand its purpose. I approached the window with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. As I peered out, the raven's gaze met mine, and in that silent exchange, I felt an inexplicable connection, a pull that drew me away from the safety of my scholarly sanctuary and towards a destiny I had never imagined. There was something profoundly personal in the way the raven watched me, as though it recognized an ancient truth hidden deep within my soul. Returning to the letter, I began to notice that each verse resonated with echoes of my own forgotten memories. The words stirred fragments of dreams and remembered moments from a childhood filled with inexplicable omens. I remembered, with a sudden clarity, an old lullaby whispered in my ear during stormy nights, a melody that now seemed to serve as a cipher to the riddle's meaning. Every line of the letter felt as though it were a piece of a vast, intricate puzzle, one that promised to reveal not only secrets of the past, but also the true nature of my existence. With the raven perched on the sill as if it were both sentinel and guide, I resolved to decipher the letter's meaning. I retrieved my family archives, a collection of brittle journals and aged photographs that had long been relegated to a dusty shelf in my study. As I leafed through these relics of my lineage, I discovered hints of a cursed legacy that had haunted my bloodline for generations. There were scribbled notes in the margins, faded inscriptions on old letters, and even a recurring symbol that bore an uncanny resemblance to the marks described in the letter. It was as if my ancestors had been entangled in the very enigma that now beckoned me forward. The more I read, the more I felt the pull of destiny tightening its grip around my heart. Each page of my family records seemed to whisper a forgotten truth, that the life I had always known was merely the surface of a deeper, more mysterious history. I began to suspect that the raven was not a mere animal, but a living messenger, a spectral guide sent to usher me into the labyrinth of my heritage. The idea was absurd, perhaps even the ramblings of an overactive imagination. Yet the evidence was overwhelming. The letters, verses, and the ancient symbols all pointed to a connection that transcended time and reason. As the night deepened, I resolved to document every detail of this unfolding mystery. I scribbled notes feverishly, matching the verses of the letter to the cryptic symbols in my family's relics. I could sense that the clues were interlocking, forming a mosaic that was far larger than I could have ever anticipated. It was not merely an intellectual exercise. It felt like the unraveling of fate itself, a tapestry woven by generations past, each thread imbued with triumph and despair, honor and betrayal. At one point, I sat in silence, staring at the raven as it remained a silent witness to my inner turmoil. In that quiet moment, the bird's eyes seemed to reflect a history of ancient rituals and dark secrets, a legacy passed down from one generation to the next. The silence was profound, and in it, I began to perceive a strange rhythm, the steady beating of a hidden drum, the pulse of a forgotten chant. It was as if the raven was trying to communicate with me in a language beyond words, a language of memories and omens. The letter, the raven, and the ancestral records formed a triad of mystery that I could no longer ignore. I found myself compelled to trace the origins of this legacy, to understand the ancient pact that my family had once entered into, a pact that now demanded its due in my own time. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. Could it be that I was destined to follow in the footsteps of those long, departed souls, to confront a darkness that had been lurking in the shadows of our family for centuries? In the flickering candlelight, I reread the letter for the umpteenth time, my mind racing with possibilities. The verses spoke of a long, extinct cult, of rites performed under a blood-red moon, and of a sacrifice that was as inevitable as the turning of the seasons. I recalled a specific line, a whisper of fate that chilled me to the bone, hinting that the answer to the riddle lay not in distant lore, but within my very blood. It was a revelation that struck me with the force of destiny. I was not an accidental inheritor of this mysterious legacy, but a chosen participant in an ancient design. A shiver ran down my spine as I contemplated the implications. How much of my life had been predetermined by the secret machinations of forces beyond my control? Had my quiet existence been nothing more than a prelude to this moment of reckoning? The thought was both maddening and liberating. The raven, with its silent vigil and inscrutable eyes, seemed to confirm my suspicions. In its presence, I could sense the weight of centuries, a burden and a gift intertwined. The connection to my lineage, hinted at by the letter's intimate details, was undeniable. There were passages that seemed to describe events and emotions I had experienced but could not place, memories that belonged not to me alone, but to the very fabric of my ancestry. It was as if the raven and the letter were channels through which the voices of my forefathers were speaking, urging me to remember and to act. I spent the remainder of that night in a state of feverish introspection. Every rustle of the wind, every creak of the old house, seemed imbued with significance. Outside, the raven eventually took flight, disappearing into the darkness as silently as it had arrived, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose and forewarning. I knew then that I was no longer the passive observer of my own life. I had become the central figure in a mystery that spanned generations, a mystery that would lead me through forgotten archives, eerie catacombs, and desolate ruins. The letter's final verses hinted at a journey, a quest that would force me to confront the legacy of an extinct cult and the spectral remnants of ancient rituals. It was a call to arms, an invitation to step into a world where the boundaries between past and present were blurred, where the echoes of forgotten rites resonated in every shadow. And though I felt an overwhelming dread at the thought of such a destiny, I also felt an irrepressible pull, a magnetic force drawing me toward a truth that I had long denied. As dawn broke over the horizon, I resolved that the next step was clear. I must begin my investigation into the hidden chapters of my family history. The road ahead was fraught with peril and uncertainty, but the evidence was irrefutable. The letter was a summons, and I, whether I liked it or not, was its intended recipient. With a heavy heart but a determined spirit, I gathered my research materials and prepared to delve into the depths of a past that was as enigmatic as it was dark. In those early hours of a new day, I took one last look at the raven's empty perch. Its silent departure seemed to seal the pact between us, a promise that the journey was only beginning. I felt the weight of generations upon my shoulders, the burden of secrets that demanded to be uncovered. Each step I took from that moment forward was a step into a labyrinth of hidden truths and spectral legacies, a path that would ultimately lead me to confront the very heart of an ancient cult and the destiny of my own blood. Now, as I pen these words in the quiet light of morning, the echoes of last night's revelations still resonate within me. I can feel the stirring of forces that have lain dormant for centuries, awakening to reclaim what is rightfully theirs. The letter, the raven, and the symbols of my ancestry have forged a bond, a promise of both revelation and sacrifice. I sense that in the unfolding chapters of my life, every mysterious clue will interlace with the next, forming a tapestry that spans not only my personal history, but the history of those who came before me. I stand on the threshold of a journey that will challenge every belief I have held about fate and free will. The ancient verses, the chilling presence of the raven, and the secrets buried in my family's past are not isolated enigmas. They are the prelude to a saga that will test the very limits of my resolve. With the first rays of sunlight casting long shadows across my study, I prepare to step beyond the confines of my former life and into a realm where every truth has a price and every secret demands a reckoning. The path ahead is uncertain, shrouded in mist and echoing with the silent voices of the past. Yet I feel an inescapable certainty that my destiny is intertwined with the mysteries that now confront me. The summons of that enigmatic letter, coupled with the silent, watchful eyes of the raven, has set in motion a chain of events that will forever alter the course of my life. As I embrace this call to uncover the dark legacy of my lineage, I cannot help but wonder if I am merely the next link in a chain of inevitable sacrifice, or the one destined to break the cycle of ancient curses. I leave my study with the letter clutched in my hand, its words a constant reminder of the path I must tread. Each step echoes with the memories of those who have come before, their voices merging with the whispers of the wind, urging me forward. In the quiet solitude of the early morning, I feel as if I am being watched, not just by the spectral eyes of the raven, but by an unseen multitude of ancestral spirits who have waited for this moment. Their silent vigil fills me with both dread and hope, a duality that mirrors the very essence of the riddle that now binds my fate. Thus, with a heart both heavy and resolute, I step into the unknown. The summons is clear, the path foreordained. In the days to come, I will delve deeper into the mysteries hinted at by the letter, uncovering secrets that will connect the disparate pieces of my past. I will explore forgotten archives, confront eerie apparitions, and traverse landscapes scarred by ancient rituals. Each new discovery will lead me closer to the truth of my lineage, to the dark pact that has haunted my family for generations. And while the road ahead promises peril and heartbreak, it also holds the key to a transformation, a revelation that will redefine not only my life, but the legacy of those who have shaped my destiny. As I walk away from the safe confines of my study, the city around me awakens to a new day. Yet, beneath the surface of ordinary life, the echoes of an ancient call stir once again. The whispers of the past have found their way into the present, and the journey that began with a simple letter is now set on a collision course with the fates of all who have come before me. The raven, a silent guardian of secrets, has vanished into the distance, but its presence lingers in my mind like a dark promise, an invitation to step into a world where every shadow conceals a story and every silence hides a secret. I am no longer just a scholar immersed in the quiet study of forgotten lore. I have become a seeker of truths, a wanderer in the realm of ancestral mysteries. The summons has been received, and the path is laid out before me, a path that leads inexorably to the heart of darkness, and ultimately, to the revelation of my own destiny. With each step, I carry the weight of generations, the burden of secrets that must be unveiled, and the hope that, somewhere in the midst of all this darkness, there lies a glimmer of redemption. So begins my journey, a journey that will take me deep into the annals of history, into the hidden recesses of my family's past, and into the very soul of an ancient cult thought long extinct. I do not yet know what trials await me, or what sacrifices will be demanded of my blood, but I feel the undeniable pull of destiny guiding me onward. The call of the raven, the cryptic verses of the letter, and the silent murmurings of my ancestors have all converged to set me upon a course that is as perilous as it is transformative. In the quiet aftermath of that fateful night, as the new day unfolds with the soft glow of hope and the shadow of ancient curses, I step forward into the unknown with a determined heart. I am bound to the mystery, entwined with the legacy of a past that refuses to be forgotten. And as I traverse this uncertain terrain, I carry with me the conviction that every piece of the puzzle, every whispered verse, every ancestral symbol, every silent glance from the raven, is leading me to a truth that will forever change who I am. Thus, with the letter as my guide, and the memory of that midnight summons etched into my soul, I begin the journey that will define the rest of my days. I will search for the hidden archives, confront the phantoms of the past, and ultimately face the destiny that has been woven into the very fabric of my being. The summons has been given, and I, whether ready or not, must answer its call. The legacy of my ancestors and the dark promise of the raven compel me onward into a future where every revelation comes with a cost, and every secret unlocked brings me one step closer to understanding the truth of my own existence. I awoke the next morning with the weight of last night's revelations still pressing upon my chest, the remnants of a dream. A murmur of voices in a language I could not quite grasp lingered as I sat at my desk, still clutching the cryptic letter and replaying in my mind the silent vigil of the raven. It was as if the call to uncover my heritage had been etched into the very fibers of my being. Determined to pursue the mysteries hinted at in the letter, I resolved to immerse myself in the dusty archives of my family's past. The morning light, soft and tentative, filtered through the narrow windows of my study, casting elongated shadows across scattered pages of old journals and brittle letters. With trembling fingers, I opened a leather-bound journal that had belonged to my grandfather, a man whose life, though quiet in many respects, had been touched by inexplicable events. As I leafed through the faded pages, a shiver of recognition ran down my spine. There were entries that spoke of uncanny coincidences, of nights when strange symbols appeared unbidden in the margins of his manuscripts, and of dreams that foretold both peril and promise. Each line of his script seemed to murmur secrets long buried, and I began to suspect that my destiny was intertwined with forces older than I could ever have imagined. I spent hours poring over these relics of the past, deciphering archaic notations and cross-referencing them with the verses from the mysterious letter. The journal entries recounted family gatherings, filled with hushed conversations and furtive glances. Moments when a particular symbol, a looping glyph that had always seemed decorative, was mentioned in secret. I recalled that the letter had made vague allusions to a cursed legacy and the inescapable pull of fate. Now, with the journal as my guide, I began to see a pattern emerge. The symbol was not merely a decorative flourish, it was a mark, a sigil passed down through generations, and it resonated with the same eerie quality as the raven's silent watch. My investigation took me deeper into the recesses of the family archive, a room in my home that had long been relegated to the status of forgotten memorabilia. The space was cramped and musty, filled with old photographs, brittle manuscripts, and relics that seemed to hum with a mysterious energy. I pulled out a collection of yellowed letters bound together with faded ribbon. These letters, penned by ancestors whose names were now little more than whispers in the family lore, contained cryptic hints of pacts made with unseen forces. In one particularly haunting letter, an ancestor described a night much like the one I had experienced. A night when a black bird had appeared at the window, its eyes holding the promise of both doom and deliverance. As I read, I could almost feel the tremor of history coursing through my veins, a reminder that the past was not dead, but lived on in every word and symbol. The deeper I delved, the more I realized that my lineage was a tapestry woven with threads of triumph, tragedy, and dark mystery. Each document I uncovered was a piece of a larger puzzle, and slowly, a picture began to form. I discovered that, long ago, my family had been involved with a secretive sect whose practices were shrouded in both reverence and revulsion. The cult, dismissed by many as a myth or the ramblings of desperate souls, had in fact left behind a legacy that was both tangible and terrifying. Their rituals, performed in the dead of night under a blood-red moon, were said to unlock powers beyond mortal comprehension, but always at a steep price. The journals spoke of bargains struck with forces beyond understanding, of promises made in the language of blood and shadow, and of sacrifices rendered in the name of an ancient covenant. At one point, as I sat in the flickering candlelight of my study, I came across a faded drawing tucked between the pages of an old ledger. The sketch depicted a scene that was at once both beautiful and terrible, a ritual circle inscribed with the same glyph that now haunted my thoughts. In the center of the circle was a symbol I recognized from the letter, a symbol that seemed to pulse with an inner light. I traced my finger along the lines of the drawing, feeling an almost electric jolt run through me. It was as if the ink on the page had been imbued with the very essence of our family's destiny, a reminder that the past was not a distant memory but a living, breathing force that could reach out and change the present. Each new discovery seemed to unlock further mysteries. I found a weathered diary belonging to my great-grandmother, filled with entries that detailed a series of strange events leading up to her untimely demise. The diary recounted nights when she would awaken to the sound of whispered voices, and days when shadows seemed to move of their own accord. One entry in particular caught my eye, a passage in which she described a vision of a black raven, its eyes reflecting the sorrow of 1,000 lost souls. She wrote of the raven as a harbinger, a messenger from a realm beyond the veil, sent to guide her towards a destiny she neither understood nor welcomed. Reading her words, I could not help but feel that I was retracing her steps, that my own journey was a continuation of a path she had once been forced to walk. As the day wore on, I became increasingly absorbed in my research. The quiet murmurs of the past, long silenced by the passage of time, now filled my study with their ghostly echoes. Every page I turned, every document I unearthed, brought me closer to a truth that was both exhilarating and horrifying. It was as if I were standing on the threshold of a vast, hidden realm, a realm where the past and the present coexisted, where the echoes of ancient voices demanded to be heard. I felt that the very air around me was charged with the energy of forgotten memories, each one waiting to be reclaimed and understood. The connection between the journal entries, the faded letters, and the cryptic verses of the mysterious letter was undeniable. I began to suspect that my ancestors had known more about the cult and its dark rituals than they had ever let on. There were subtle hints in the writings, a careful choice of words here, a mysterious reference there, that suggested they had been active participants in something both sacred and profane. It was as if they had been bound by a pact, an unbreakable promise made long ago to forces that lurked in the shadows. And now, that same legacy was calling to me, urging me to follow the path laid out by those who had come before. I felt an overwhelming need to understand not only the historical context of these events, but also their personal significance. Who were these people who had borne the weight of such a burden? How had they reconciled the beauty of their intellectual pursuits with the terror of the unknown? I spent long hours reflecting on these questions, my mind wandering through the corridors of memory and myth. I recalled the quiet dignity of my grandfather's journal, the tender sorrow in my great-grandmother's diary, and the silent authority of the symbols that seemed to leap off the pages and into my soul. It was in these moments of introspection that I began to sense the true nature of my quest. It was not merely an academic exercise, nor was it simply a journey into the past. It was a personal odyssey, a search for the very essence of who I was meant to be. The documents before me were not inert relics. They were living echoes of a time when every word carried the weight of destiny, and every symbol was a key to unlocking hidden truths. I felt as if I were conversing with the spirits of my ancestors, each of them urging me to look deeper, to seek answers that had been hidden for generations. One entry in an especially old ledger described a fateful night when the cult had convened in secret beneath the light of a full moon. The passage was brief, almost cryptic in its brevity, yet it left a profound impression on me. It spoke of a ritual that was both beautiful and terrible, a dance of shadows and light, of life and death. The words painted a picture of a covenant forged in blood, one that bound the members of the cult to an eternal cycle of sacrifice and redemption. I could not help but draw parallels between that ancient ritual and the feelings that now churned inside me. Was it possible that I, too, was destined to partake in this cycle? Was the appearance of the raven, the sudden reawakening of memories long suppressed, a sign that the past was determined to reclaim its due? I began to document my thoughts meticulously, writing in a new journal of my own creation, a record of my discoveries, my doubts, and my slowly dawning revelations. With every carefully chosen word, I sought to capture the essence of the past, to weave together the disparate threads of a history that was as fragmented as it was rich. I wrote of the longing I felt to understand the legacy of those who had come before me, of the determination to uncover the truth behind the ancient symbols that now haunted my every waking moment. It was a labor of both love and terror, a desperate attempt to bridge the chasm between what was known and what had been hidden away in the depths of time. As the hours turned to dusk, I took a break from my research and stepped outside for a moment. The cool evening air was a welcome reprieve from the stifling atmosphere of my study, and I found solace in the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hum of the city. Yet even in this quiet reprieve, I could not escape the sense that I was being watched by unseen eyes. Every shadow seemed to whisper secrets. Every breeze carried with it the echoes of voices from another time. I paused by an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching out like the arms of a long, forgotten sentinel, and felt that the tree itself was a keeper of memories, an unspoken witness to the events that had shaped my family's destiny. Returning to my study, I resumed my work with renewed vigor. I spent the remainder of the evening referencing dates, names, and symbols, piecing together a timeline that spanned centuries. The task was daunting, and at times I felt as though I were chasing echoes in an endless labyrinth, yet the fragments of information began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. The more I learned, the more I realized that my family's history was not a series of random events, but a deliberate, almost preordained saga, a tapestry woven from threads of sacrifice, secret rituals, and a bond that defied time itself. In a moment of quiet clarity, I understood that the letter's allusions to an ancient cult were not mere flights of fancy. They were a call to remember a past that had been buried under layers of denial and forgetfulness. A past in which my ancestors had been both participants and victims. Every faded page, every cryptic note, was a beacon pointing toward a truth that was both luminous and dangerous. I felt the pull of that truth deep within me, an irresistible force that beckoned me to step further into the shadows and confront the legacy that had shaped my existence. Night finally settled over the city, and the study was once again lit only by the soft glow of a solitary lamp. I looked over my notes, and the various documents spread before me. marveling at the intricate connections that were beginning to reveal themselves. The symbol that had first appeared on the letter, in the margins of my grandfather's journal, and even in the quiet lines of my great-grandmother's diary, was the common thread that bound the narrative together. It was a mark of continuity, a sigil that linked the present with the echoes of the past, and I knew that understanding its significance would be key to unlocking the mysteries that now consumed me. I closed my eyes and allowed the silence to envelop me, listening as the echoes of my ancestors whispered through the stillness of the room. Their voices, though faint and distant, carried a weight that transcended time and space, a burden of history that was both a warning and an invitation. In that silence, I vowed to honor their memory and to uncover the secrets that had been left in their wake. I would follow the trail of clues, piece together the fragmented history, and confront the legacy that had been passed down through generations. Only then could I hope to understand the full extent of the pact that had bound my bloodline and the dark destiny that now lay before me. The hours slipped by in a measured cadence, each moment punctuated by the rustling of paper and the soft scratch of my pen on the pages of my journal. I felt an urgency in every line I wrote, a desperate need to document every detail, every hunch, every whisper of the past that reached out to me from beyond the veil of time. And as I worked, I knew that with each piece of evidence uncovered, I was not only revisiting history, but also reawakening parts of myself that had long lain dormant. The echoes of the past were, in many ways, a reflection of my own inner landscape, a landscape marked by forgotten dreams, repressed memories, and a quiet yearning to know who I truly was. By the time I finally set down my pen, the room was shrouded in a deep and contemplative darkness. I took one last look at the documents strewn about the desk, a mosaic of my ancestors' lives, a testament to their trials and triumphs, and I felt an overwhelming sense of connection to a legacy that was as complex as it was compelling. I realized that the journey I had embarked upon was far more than an academic inquiry into old records and faded symbols. It was a pilgrimage into the depths of my own soul, guided by the voices of those who had come before me. I rose from my desk with a quiet determination, the echoes of the past urging me onward. The work was far from over. Tomorrow, I resolved I would seek out additional sources, perhaps even consult with scholars who had dedicated their lives to the study of esoteric lore. I needed to understand the full scope of the cult's history and the true nature of the rituals that had once bound my family to forces beyond mortal ken. There was a sense of urgency, a ticking clock that measured the slow, inexorable approach of a destiny that I had no choice but to confront. Even as I prepared for sleep that night, I could not shake the feeling that the answers I sought lay not only in the dusty pages of history, but also in the silent spaces between them. The memories of my ancestors, whispered through time, seemed to beckon me to listen, to remember, and to act. I closed my eyes and imagined their faces, each one etched with the wisdom and sorrow of ages past, and I vowed that I would do whatever it took to honor their legacy and to break the cycle that had bound our family for generations. In the quiet hours before dawn, as I drifted in and out of fitful sleep, visions of ritual circles and ancient glyphs danced behind my eyelids. I saw myself walking through a grand hall of mirrors, each reflection a different facet of a history I was only beginning to comprehend. The symbolism was overwhelming, a tapestry of life, death, and rebirth woven together by the invisible threads of fate. And in the center of it all, there shone that singular, unyielding symbol, a beacon that guided me deeper into the labyrinth of my own past. When morning finally came, I awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. The mysteries of the past were not content to remain hidden in the dusty recesses of old books and forgotten diaries. They had reached out to me, beckoning me to understand, to remember, and ultimately to act. As I prepared for the day ahead, I felt that I was on the brink of a profound discovery, a revelation that would not only redefine my understanding of history but also of myself. The echoes of my ancestors were all around me, urging me to press forward, to piece together the puzzle that had been scattered across generations. Now, with the sun rising over the horizon and the promise of a new day shimmering on the edge of time, I set out once more on my quest. Every step I took was measured and deliberate, as if I were walking a path that had been laid out by those who had come before me. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with perils both seen and unseen. Yet the call of the past was a siren song that I could not ignore. I carried with me the knowledge that my fate was inexorably linked to the ancient legacy of the cult, to the dark rituals and sacred promises that had defined the lives of my ancestors. The day unfolded slowly, each moment heavy with anticipation and the quiet murmur of secrets waiting to be revealed. I visited the town's small historical society, where dusty volumes and neglected records offered tantalizing hints of connections to the ancient rites I had begun to uncover. I spoke with an elderly archivist who recalled stories passed down through local lore. Stories of secret societies and midnight ceremonies that had taken place in the hidden corners of our region. His eyes, though clouded with the passage of time, shone with a spark of recognition when I mentioned the symbol. He warned me in a hushed tone that some secrets, once unearthed, could never be buried again, and that the past had a way of coming back to claim its due. Later, as twilight approached, I returned home laden with new information and a deeper sense of connection to the mysterious legacy that had shaped my life. I reviewed every scrap of data, every reference in the old records, and it became increasingly clear that the symbol was not only a marker of familial duty, but also a key that could unlock doors to realms both wondrous and terrifying. I scribbled down notes, drawing diagrams and timelines that interwove the events described in the letters, the journals, and the scattered memories of my family's history. With each new connection made, I felt as though I were stepping closer to the heart of a mystery that spanned centuries. As night fell once more, and the world outside became shrouded in darkness, I sat by the window, reflecting on the journey that had brought me here. The quiet of the evening was punctuated by the soft rustle of pages and the distant call of nocturnal creatures. I realized that I was no longer merely a scholar in search of academic truth. I had become an integral part of a saga that defied time and logic. The echoes of the past had awakened something within me, a fervent need to reconcile the legacy of my ancestors with the person I was becoming. I could almost hear their voices, a chorus of whispered warnings and gentle urgings, telling me that the truth lay hidden in the convergence of memory and destiny. In that moment, I vowed to follow the path laid before me, regardless of the dangers it might entail. I would honor the memory of my forebears, decipher the riddles they had left behind, and, ultimately, confront the dark pact that had bound our family for generations. The journey was as personal as it was historical, a merging of the academic and the existential, the rational and the mystical. Each document I studied, every faded inscription I deciphered, was a step toward reclaiming a heritage that was both beautiful and burdened with sorrow. I knew that the days ahead would be fraught with challenges, moments of terror, revelations that might shatter my understanding of reality, and the ever-present specter of a legacy that demanded its price. Yet I also recognized that within that legacy lay the seeds of transformation, a chance to break free from an ancient cycle and perhaps to redeem the sins of the past. The echoes of the past, once mere whispers in forgotten pages, were now a roaring call to action, and I was ready to answer. As I closed my journal for the night, the final words of a long, forgotten diary echoed in my mind. They were words of warning, of hope, and of the unyielding power of memory. In those words, I found both the courage to continue and the resolve to face the darkness that lay ahead. The journey into the depths of my family's history was only beginning, and I felt that each discovery would draw me ever closer to a truth that was as elusive as it was inevitable. I retired to bed with the quiet hum of the past whispering in my ears. a symphony of voices that promised that no secret, no matter how deeply buried, would remain hidden forever. I slept fitfully, my dreams a tapestry of ancient rituals, spectral figures, and a single, unerring symbol that pulsed at the center of it all. With the dawn, I knew I would awaken to a world transformed by the echoes of what once was, and I would step forward into that world with a heart full of both trepidation and hope. Thus, as I continue on this path, I carry with me the weight of a legacy that is both a burden and a gift. The echoes of the past have shown me that my family's story is not confined to the annals of forgotten records, but lives on in every heartbeat, every memory, and every whispered secret in the night. And in that realization, I have found a strength I never knew I possessed, a determination to confront the ancient truths that have shaped my destiny and to forge a future that honors the past while embracing the promise of a new beginning. I step into each new day with the certainty that the journey I have embarked upon will ultimately reveal the truth of my lineage and the dark, intricate tapestry of fate that binds us all. Every document, every whispered memory, every carefully preserved relic is a reminder that the past is not dead, it is alive, waiting to be reclaimed, understood, and, if necessary, challenged. And as I press on, I know that each echo of the past brings me one step closer to the ultimate revelation, a revelation that will not only illuminate the mysteries of my family's history, but also offer the key to breaking the ancient cycle of sacrifice once and for all. I leave my study that night with a mind abuzz with plans and a heart heavy with both foreboding and resolve. The echoes of my ancestors call out to me in every quiet moment, urging me onward into the unknown, into the depths of a history that is as rich in wonder as it is in woe. I am determined to uncover every hidden truth, to piece together every fragment of a legacy that has long been shrouded in darkness, and to face the legacy of the cult that has defined our family's destiny. And with that determination, I know that the journey ahead, fraught with challenges and revelations, will ultimately lead me to the very heart of the mystery, where the past and present merge into one in an unbreakable chain of fate. The transition from the fervor of my previous investigations to this moment felt both inevitable and surreal. I had long suspected that the key to unraveling the mystery of my bloodline lay hidden within forgotten libraries and disused repositories of knowledge. Now, with the cryptic clues from the letter and the ancestral records burning in my mind, I set out on a journey that would take me to the shadowed archives of a crumbling, centuries-old library rumored to house manuscripts on occult lore and forbidden rituals. As I approached the ancient building on a misty autumn afternoon, the heavy wooden door creaked open as if welcoming me into a sanctuary of secrets. The air inside was stale, redolent with the musk of aging paper and the faint, lingering trace of incense that had burned long ago. Dust motes danced in the pale beams of light that filtered through narrow, stained glass windows, each shard of color a silent witness to a bygone era. I paused to take in the atmosphere, feeling as though I were stepping not only into a repository of knowledge, but also into a threshold between worlds. Every echo of my footsteps on the flagstone floor resonated with a promise of hidden truths. I began my search in the deepest recesses of the archive, where towering shelves groaned under the weight of forgotten tomes and brittle manuscripts. The silence was profound, a silence that pressed in on me from all sides, punctuated only by the occasional creak of wood and the distant flutter of pages turned by a ghost of memory. My heart pounded as I pulled an old ledger from a shelf that seemed to tremble with anticipation. Its cover was worn and embossed with an emblem I recognized from my family records. The looping glyph that had haunted my dreams and the faded pages of ancient diaries. I opened the ledger slowly, as if fearing that the very act of disturbing it might unleash long, dormant secrets. The ledger's pages were filled with the meticulous handwriting of an unknown scribe, chronicling events that stretched back centuries. I learned of secret gatherings held under the shroud of night, of whispered incantations that called upon forces beyond mortal comprehension, and of a covenant forged in blood and shadow. Every line resonated with a weight of inevitability, as if the events recorded within were not merely memories, but a living force that continued to exert its influence over the present. I felt as though I were peering through a window into the past, a past that had shaped the destiny of my family, and that now beckoned me to step forward into a legacy steeped in mystery. Slowly I cross-reference details from the ledger with the clues from my personal archives. The symbol that graced the cover of the ledger appeared repeatedly in the ledger's pages, always in contexts that hinted at a ritualistic significance. In one passage, the scribe recounted a fateful night when a gathering of figures clad in dark robes assembled in a hidden clearing beneath a blood-red moon. Their voices merged into a single, hypnotic chant as they inscribed the sacred glyph on a stone altar. I could almost hear the echoes of their incantations vibrating through the vaults of the archive. The description was so vivid that I could picture the scene with unnerving clarity. The interplay of light and shadow, the fervor of belief, and the palpable sense of doom that clung to every word. With each page I turned, the connection between the ancient cult and my own family grew stronger. I uncovered a fragile manuscript that contained fragmented verses similar to those recited by the raven on that fateful night. The verses were arranged in a cryptic order, as if meant to be deciphered only by someone who understood the intricacies of our shared past. My pulse quickened as I realized that these verses might be the missing link to the riddle that had tormented me since the appearance of the raven. I carefully transcribed the lines into my journal, determined to analyze them later in the safe solitude of my study. There was an urgency in my movements, a fervor born not only of scholarly curiosity, but also of an inexplicable sense that time was running out. I proceeded deeper into the archive, navigating narrow aisles between towering bookcases and secret nooks that seemed to guard their own private mysteries. The further I ventured, the more the building itself appeared to conspire with my quest. Shadows lengthened unnaturally around ancient globes and dusty statues, and every creaking board underfoot seemed to murmur hints of forbidden knowledge. It was as though the very structure of the archive had been built to safeguard these relics of occult wisdom, ensuring that only those who were truly meant to uncover them could find their way. In one secluded corner, I discovered a locked cabinet whose surface was inscribed with archaic symbols. After a brief search for a key among nearby drawers, I found a small, ornate key that fit the lock perfectly. Inside, I unearthed a bundle of delicate scrolls bound with faded red ribbon. Unrolling the first scroll, I was struck by the intricacy of its calligraphy and the careful artistry of its illuminations. The scroll chronicled an ancient ritual intended to bridge the gap between mortal beings and supernatural forces. Every detail was recorded with painstaking precision. The precise moment when the ritual should commence, the positions of the participants, the alignment of the stars, and the precise incantations that had to be uttered. The ritual was described as a means of invoking a guardian spirit, one that was said to protect the initiates of the cult in exchange for a binding oath. My fingers trembled as I traced the elegant script, aware that these instructions might hold the key to unlocking not only the mystery of the cult, but also the destiny that had been thrust upon me. I paused frequently to reflect on the significance of what I was reading. The scrolls suggested that the cult had not simply vanished from history, as many believed, but had left behind a legacy that persisted in the very blood of those who had been bound to its rites. I felt an overwhelming kinship with the initiates described in these ancient texts, as though I were being drawn inexorably into their secret world. The weight of destiny pressed upon me, and I could no longer deny that my own life was entwined with the rituals and pacts of this long, extinct cult. In that dim, silent archive, surrounded by the relics of generations past, I felt as if I had stepped into a time warp, a realm where every whispered incantation and every forgotten symbol carried the power to alter fate itself. As I studied the scrolls, I began to notice subtle patterns that tied together the disparate fragments of my family's history. One particular passage mentioned mirror of memory, an object that was said to reveal the innermost truths of one's lineage when bathed in the light of a full moon. I recalled vague memories of a peculiar artifact passed down through the generations. A hand held mirror-framed in intricately carved silver, its surface strangely unreflective in normal light yet said to glow under the moon's gaze. Could it be that this mirror was not merely an heirloom, but a key component of the ancient ritual described in the scrolls? The thought sent shivers down my spine. I resolved then that I must locate this mirror, for it might provide the final piece of the puzzle that linked my family's past to the dark destiny foretold by the cult's rites. Time lost meaning as I became engrossed in my task. Hours bled into one another as I methodically documented every detail, cross-referencing dates and symbols with the records I had accumulated over the past weeks. The archive, once a static repository of forgotten lore, had transformed into a living entity, its very air charged with the secrets of the past. I felt as if I were in the presence of those who had come before me, their hopes, their fears, their sacrifices echoing in the silent spaces between the rows of ancient books. In that hallowed space, I sensed that I was not alone. The spirits of my ancestors seemed to linger just out of sight, their presence a silent testament to the legacy that bound us together. In a moment of rare stillness, I allowed my mind to wander. I thought back to the raven and its haunting verses, the cryptic messages that had set me on this path. It became clear that every element of my investigation, the letter, the ancestral records, the mysterious scrolls, was part of a grand tapestry woven long before I was born. The revelation was both humbling and terrifying. I was not simply a scholar unearthing old manuscripts, but a reluctant heir to a legacy steeped in dark rituals and ancient pacts. The archives had become a mirror reflecting the inescapable truth of my identity, forcing me to confront the possibility that my fate was sealed by forces far beyond my control. Emboldened by this realization, I pressed on with renewed determination. I gathered every document that mentioned the cult, every reference to the enigmatic ritual, and every mention of the Mirror of Memory. I arranged them on a large oak table in a secluded reading room, the surface scarred by the passage of time and stained with the ink of countless scribes. Here, in the quiet solitude of the shadowed archives, I laid bare the fragments of a history that had long been shrouded in mystery. I drew lines between disparate texts and annotated margins with my own observations, the scratch of my pen punctuating the silence like a heartbeat. With each new connection I made, the tapestry of my family's dark past began to emerge in startling clarity. It was during one such painstaking session that I discovered a reference that both thrilled and chilled me to the core. Hidden in the footnotes of a manuscript written in an archaic dialect, I found mention of an ancestral mirror, a device that, when used during a celestial alignment, would reveal the truth of one's heritage. The description matched the vague recollections of the mirror in my family's lore, and I felt a surge of hope mingled with dread. If this mirror were indeed the key to unlocking the final secrets of the cult's rituals, then I must locate it at all costs. The manuscript hinted that the mirror had been safeguarded in a secret vault beneath the old family estate for generations, protected by a series of cryptic locks and enchanted wards. The thought of venturing into the depths of that long, forgotten place both beckoned and repelled me. Yet I knew that it was a step I could not avoid. I carefully folded the manuscript and tucked it away with my other findings, resolving to return to the family estate as soon as my investigations here were complete. With every document I examined and every secret I unearthed, the boundaries between my academic pursuits and the realm of the supernatural blurred ever further. I was no longer merely an observer. I was a participant in a saga that spanned centuries, a living thread in a tapestry of ritual and fate. The archives, with their silent testimony to the dark covenant that had bound my ancestors, had become the crucible in which my destiny was being forged. As twilight deepened outside and the first hints of night seeped into the ancient stones of the library, I reluctantly gathered my documents and prepared to leave the shadowed archives. Stepping back into the cool night air, I felt the weight of my discoveries settle upon me, a burden of knowledge that promised both enlightenment and despair. I paused at the threshold, glancing back at the darkened corridors lined with the wisdom of ages past, and silently vowed that I would return. The secrets of these archives were not to be forgotten, and neither was the legacy that now bound me to the cult's long, extinguished yet ever potent influence. With a heavy heart and a mind ablaze with newfound revelations, I made my way back to my temporary lodging. The journey through the ancient library had shaken me to my core, reawakening memories and emotions I had long suppressed. I recalled the soft whispers of my ancestors that seemed to echo along the narrow aisles, urging me to carry forth the torch of our forgotten heritage. Each step I took was fraught with the realization that the path ahead was as perilous as it was necessary. A journey into the dark heart of my family's history, where every secret uncovered was both a victory and a summons to further danger. In the solitude of my modest room, I spread out my findings and began to piece together the mosaic of clues that had emerged from the shadowed archives. I compared the ledger, the scrolls, and the manuscript about the ancestral mirror with the notes from my personal journals. The connections were undeniable: the cult's rites, the symbol etched into every record, and the promise of a mirror that would reveal my true heritage were all parts of a single, intricate design. It became clear that my destiny was inexorably linked to these relics, that the answers I sought lay not only in distant archives, but within the depths of my own soul. As I prepared to close my journal for the night, I allowed myself a rare moment of introspection. I marveled at the strange symmetry of it all, the way the past, preserved in these crumbling documents, had converged with my present to shape the contours of my future. The shadowed archives had granted me access to a hidden world, a world where knowledge was as dangerous as it was liberating. In that silent space, among the ghosts of forgotten scribes and the lingering echoes of ancient chants, I felt the stirring of forces beyond my control. Yet I also sensed a fragile hope, a promise that by understanding the legacy of my ancestors, I might finally reclaim my own identity and break free from the cycle of sacrifice that had bound our family for generations. And so, with the weight of my discoveries etched into every line of my journal, I resolved to continue my quest. The ancestral mirror awaited, hidden away in a secret vault at the old family estate. A vault whose unlocking would demand not only courage, but a willingness to confront the darkest parts of myself. I knew that the path ahead was treacherous, and that the forces arrayed against me were as ancient as they were relentless. But the call of destiny, echoing through the shadowed corridors of the archive, was one I could not ignore. I closed my eyes and imagined the faces of those who had come before me, stoic, determined, and burdened with the knowledge of their own tragic destinies. Their silent vigil in the pages of history now spurred me onward. With every step I took, I carried their legacy with me, a legacy that demanded that I both honor their memory and challenge the dark forces that had ensnared our bloodline. The shadowed archives had revealed more than just ancient texts and hidden rituals. They had shown me that the true power lay in the act of remembrance and in the relentless pursuit of truth. Thus, as I drifted off to sleep that night with the echoes of the past still ringing in my ears, I knew that my journey was far from over. The secrets of the shadowed archives would continue to guide me, each new revelation a stepping stone toward the final confrontation with the cult's vengeful spirit. I was bound by fate, a reluctant guardian of a legacy that spanned centuries, and the only way forward was to embrace the darkness within me and to unlock the mysteries that had haunted my family for so long. In the silent hours before dawn, as the world outside slept beneath a blanket of quiet anticipation. I dreamed of a mirror bathed in moonlight, a mirror that revealed the truth of my ancestry and perhaps offer a glimpse of a future unburdened by ancient curses. The dream was both a promise and a warning, a vision of destiny intertwined with sacrifice. And as I awoke to the soft light of a new day, I resolved to follow that vision wherever it might lead. I gathered my notes and prepared to journey to the family estate, determined to seek out the ancestral mirror and to unlock the final secrets of the cult's ritual. With every document I carried, every memory resurrected from the pages of the shadowed archives, I felt a growing resolve. The journey that began in that ancient library had transformed into a pilgrimage, a quest not only to understand the dark forces that bound my lineage, but also to forge a path toward redemption. The legacy of the cult, the eerie incantations of the scrolls, and the silent testimony of the ancient manuscripts had all led me to this moment. The shadowed archives had become a crucible in which my past, present, and future converged into a single, inexorable truth. As I stepped out into the cool morning air, leaving behind the quiet sanctuary of the archive, I carried with me the unyielding determination to confront the darkness head on. The road ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril, but the weight of history and the promise of revelation lent me strength. I knew that the ancestral mirror, hidden in the secret vault of the old family estate, held the key to unlocking the final chapter of this dark saga, a chapter that would define not only my own destiny, but the fate of an entire lineage. With the whispers of the past echoing in my heart, I stepped forward into a future where every shadow concealed a story and every secret yearned to be told. I never imagined that the shadows that had always lingered at the edges of my vision would begin to speak to me, nor that the voices of the past would grow so loud as to disturb my every waking moment. Yet, in the week since I first encountered the cryptic letter, the silent vigil of the raven, and the hidden archives of my family's history, a new, unsettling reality had begun to take shape. The boundary between what was real and what was imagined blurred with each passing night, and I found myself confronting memories and dreams that I had long suppressed. It began on a night when the moon hung low and pale over the city. I had retired to bed with the familiar weight of exhaustion after a long day of research in the old library, my mind still reeling with the revelations of the shadowed archives. But that night, sleep offered no reprieve. I awoke suddenly to a sound, an indistinct whisper that seemed to emanate from the darkness around me. At first, I assumed it was merely the wind rustling through the leaves outside my window, yet the sound was too deliberate, too soft and insistent to be a natural occurrence. It was as if the night itself had begun to murmur secrets, drawing me into a conversation with forces I had no desire to understand. In the dim light of my bedside lamp, I sat up and strained to listen. The whispering grew gradually into fragmented phrases, disjointed yet disturbingly familiar. They spoke of sorrow and of hidden pain, of long-forgotten rituals performed beneath blood-red moons, and of the price that must be paid for defying fate. I could not tell if the voices were real or merely the residue of a troubled mind, haunted by the dark legacy of my ancestors. The lines between memory and nightmare began to merge, and I felt as though I were teetering on the brink of a revelation that might shatter my very identity. In the following days, the whispers invaded every aspect of my life. During the day, as I pored over documents and pieced together the intricate puzzle of my lineage, I began to notice subtle distortions in my perception. Shadows lengthened in ways that defied natural law, and the silence of my study was intermittently broken by soft murmurs that seemed to echo from the corners of the room. The raven, which had once been a silent guardian perched upon my windowsill, now appeared more frequently, its eyes glinting with an almost human intensity. In the silence of twilight, as I worked by candlelight, the bird's presence became a constant reminder that I was not alone in my struggle to understand the dark forces at work. One evening, as I traced the faded script of a particularly cryptic passage in one of the old journals. The raven let out a series of soft, rhythmic caws that seemed to synchronize with the beating of my heart. The sound was not merely a call. It was a cadence, a meter that resonated with something deep within me. At that moment, the verses the raven had once whispered in fragmented tones returned to me in full clarity. They recited lines of an ancient hymn, one that spoke of a curse laid upon a family bound by blood and sacrifice. The realization struck me with a jolt. These were the very words that had haunted my dreams, words that linked my present struggles to the dark, tangled history of my forebears. I began to suspect that the raven was not merely a messenger, but a conduit between the realms of the living and the dead, a guardian of secrets whose duty was to remind me of the pact sealed generations ago. The more I listened to its calls, the more I realized that the verses it recited were not random incantations, but carefully constructed keys meant to unlock the deepest recesses of my memory. In the quiet hours before dawn, I found myself drawn outside, compelled by a force I could neither name nor resist. Standing beneath a sky streaked with the remnants of twilight, I watched as the raven took flight against the fading stars. Its silhouette, dark and resolute, stirred an emotion in me that was equal parts dread and longing. Over the ensuing nights, my dreams grew increasingly vivid and disturbing. I began to see fleeting images of my ancestors, faces etched with sorrow, eyes heavy with unspoken regret, appearing in the periphery of my sleep. In one recurring vision, I saw a grand hall shrouded in shadows, where cloaked figures chanted in an archaic tongue. In the center of this hall was a figure, draped in robes that seemed to merge with the darkness itself. As I approached, the figure's face became clear. It was an ancestor I had only encountered in the faded pages of my journals. A man whose name had been obscured by time, but whose eyes burned with a mixture of defiance and despair. This apparition reached out to me as if to impart a dire warning, and the moment our eyes met, I felt as though my very soul had been laid bare. The intensity of these experiences forced me to confront the possibility that my suppressed memories were not mere figments of an overactive imagination, but echoes of a truth that had been deliberately hidden from me. In the wake of these nocturnal visitations, I began to experience what I can only describe as a collapse of memory, a moment so overwhelming in its intensity that it shattered the carefully constructed image I had of myself. I recall sitting alone in my study, the room bathed in the ghostly glow of the early morning light, when suddenly the walls of my reality seemed to give way. The whispers, the visions, the insistent presence of the raven, all converged in a maelstrom of sensation that left me gasping for breath. In that moment, I was transported back to a time I had never consciously remembered, a memory so vivid and terrifying that it threatened to erase all that I had known. I saw myself as a child, standing in the middle of a moonlit clearing, surrounded by figures whose eyes shone with an otherworldly light. In the center of that gathering stood a figure of imposing presence, his voice resonant and commanding as he spoke in a language that vibrated with power. I felt an inexplicable connection to him, as if I had been there before. Bound by a covenant forged in the crucible of destiny, the memory unfolded in disjointed fragments. The sound of a ceremonial drum, the flickering of torches, and the scent of incense mingled with the metallic tang of blood. I felt the weight of ancient promises pressing upon me, the knowledge that my life was not my own, but was inextricably linked to a series of events that had begun long before I was born. As the flashback subsided, I was left trembling and overwhelmed, my mind reeling with the implications of what I had experienced. The collapse of my memory was not simply a descent into madness. It was a revelation, a shattering of the carefully constructed illusion that had shielded me from the darker truths of my heritage. In that moment of clarity, I understood that the whispers in the dark were not the ramblings of a fractured mind, but the echoes of a pact made by my forebearer, an ancestor, in a desperate bid to secure power and protection, had bargained with forces that dwelt beyond the veil of mortal comprehension. That bargain, sealed in blood and shadow, had cursed our bloodline to a fate of perpetual sacrifice, a destiny that now lay heavily upon my shoulders. The realization that my life was a continuum of ancient transgressions sent a shockwave through my being. Every eerie encounter, every inexplicable whisper in the night, now took on a profound significance. I began to understand that the nightmares and visions were not isolated phenomena, but part of a larger tapestry. A tapestry woven from the threads of ancestral sorrow, betrayal, and an unyielding struggle against forces that defied the natural order. The raven, the persistent harbinger of these dark memories, seemed to be urging me to break the cycle, to confront the pact with the very force that had bound my ancestors for generations. In the days that followed, I sought solace in both research and solitude. I revisited the old journals and letters, scouring them for any reference to this fateful pact. I pored over every detail, every faded line of script, desperate to piece together the chronology of events that had led to my current torment. With every new discovery, I felt as though I were walking deeper into a labyrinth from which there was no escape. A labyrinth in which every corridor echoed with the regrets and warnings of those who had come before me. The realization that the dark transgressions of my ancestors might repeat themselves was a burden I could scarcely bear, yet it was a burden I was determined to overcome. One particularly harrowing evening, I ventured to an old cemetery on the outskirts of the city, a place I had heard whispered about in the lore of my family's past. The cemetery was shrouded in an ethereal mist that lent it an otherworldly air. The gravestones, worn smooth by the passage of time, stood as silent sentinels guarding the secrets of generations. As I walked among them, I felt the weight of countless souls pressing in on me. The wind sighed through the ancient oaks, and in the soft rustling of the leaves, I could almost discern the cadence of forgotten incantations. There, among the weathered markers, I discovered a tombstone bearing a name that sent a chill down my spine. One that I recognized from the faded pages of a diary belonging to my great-grandmother. The inscription, though eroded by time, hinted at a tragic destiny entwined with the cult's dark rituals. I knelt before the stone, feeling as though I were in the presence of an old friend, a distant relative who had borne the weight of our family's curse long before I had ever known of it. In that moment, the cemetery itself seemed to breathe, its silent testimony a reminder of the cost of bargains made in darkness. As I sat there in the cool night, the whispers of the past grew louder, as though the very earth were trying to communicate its sorrow. I closed my eyes and allowed the murmurs to wash over me, each one a fragment of memory, a half-remembered conversation, a faint echo of a long-dead voice. In that quiet communion, I felt a profound sense of both loss and hope. The realization that I had inherited not only a cursed destiny, but also the power to confront and perhaps break it filled me with a resolve I had never known. I vowed then that I would no longer be a passive victim of fate. I would fight to reclaim my identity, to free my lineage from the shackles of an ancient, unyielding pact. Returning home that night, I felt the echoes of the cemetery still clinging to me, a spectral reminder of the debt that had been incurred by my ancestors. In the solitude of my study, I pored over every scrap of evidence that I had collected. The journal entries, the cryptic letters, and the haunting verses recited by the raven. Each piece of the puzzle, though disjointed on its own, began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. I wrote feverishly, the scratch of my pen echoing the heartbeat of my turbulent emotions. I recorded every detail of my visions, every whispered memory that had intruded upon my waking life, determined not to let any fragment of truth slip away into the abyss. The more I wrote, the more the whispers took on a new quality, a quality that was not merely sinister, but also deeply personal. It was as if the darkness had become a mirror reflecting my innermost fears and regrets. I recalled moments from my childhood, recollections that had lain dormant beneath layers of rational thought. now resurfacing with an intensity that was both painful and liberating. I remembered the times when I had felt inexplicable sadness for reasons I could not understand, and I wondered if those feelings were the faint echoes of a past life, a life intertwined with the dark rituals that now haunted my dreams. As the days turned into nights and back again, I began to notice subtle changes in my surroundings. The whispers that once came only in the solitude of midnight now crept into the daylight hours. In the quiet moments before I awoke fully, I would catch a glimpse of a shadow moving in the corner of my eye, a whisper of movement that vanished as soon as I tried to focus on it. Even the familiar objects in my study seemed imbued with a secret life. The books on the shelves, the old photographs pinned to the wall, and the antique mirror that hung above my desk all took on an aura of mystery. I felt as if I were living in a liminal space, a threshold between the known and the unknown, where every shadow and every silence was pregnant with meaning. One particularly disconcerting night, as a storm raged outside, with thunder rolling like the drums of an ancient rite, I sat at my desk trying to decipher a particularly obscure passage from one of the journals. The wind howled, and the branches of the old trees scratched against my window, as if trying to warn me of an approaching danger. In the midst of the tempest, the raven appeared again, silhouetted against the lightning flashes. Its eyes, luminous and inscrutable, met mine across the room, and in that silent exchange, I felt a surge of emotion, a mixture of despair and defiance. The raven's gaze seemed to say, without words, that the time had come for me to embrace the full measure of my destiny. At that moment, the whispered voices reached a crescendo, and I was overwhelmed by a sudden, all-consuming flashback. In an instant, I was transported back to that fateful night in the clearing, a night of rituals and revelations. I saw the faces of the robed figures, felt the heat of the ceremonial flames, and heard the rhythmic chanting that bound our souls together. I relived the bargain made by my ancestor, a deal struck in desperation and sealed with blood. The memory crashed over me in waves, each one more intense than the last, until I was no longer sure where the past ended and my present began. I fell to my knees, the realization of my cursed fate pressing down on me like a physical weight. In that moment of collapse, I understood that the whispers in the dark were not simply echoes of ancient sorrows. They were a call to action, a desperate plea for me to break the cycle that had haunted our family for generations. When the flashback subsided, I remained on my knees long after the storm had passed, tears mingling with the rain that streamed through the open window. I felt exposed, vulnerable to the relentless onslaught of memories and regrets. Yet amidst that vulnerability, there was a burgeoning resolve, a determination to confront the darkness, to unravel the intricate tapestry of my lineage, and ultimately, to decide my own fate. I knew that the pact with shadows was not an immutable curse, but a challenge to reclaim what had been lost, to mend the broken chain of sacrifice, and to forge a new path free from the sins of the past. In the weeks that followed, I dedicated myself to understanding every nuance of that fateful bargain. I revisited the hidden diaries of my ancestors, combing through their cryptic entries for clues about the ritual that had bound our souls. I sought out scholars of occult lore and delved into esoteric texts, determined to find a way to counteract the dark forces that had ensnared my family. Each conversation, each page I turned, was like a candle flickering in the oppressive darkness, a small but defiant beacon of hope in a world overrun by shadows. I began to experiment with ancient rites and counter incantations in the solitude of my study, guided by the fragmented verses recited by the raven and the long, forgotten instructions gleaned from the scrolls. I attempted to reassemble the ritual that had once bound my ancestor. The process was agonizing, fraught with setbacks and moments of doubt, yet every failure brought with it a deeper understanding of the forces at work. I realized that the Dark Pact was not merely a relic of the past, but a living entity, a malignant thread woven into the very fabric of our family's destiny. and if I were to have any hope of breaking free, I would have to confront it head on. Each night, as I lay in bed, the whispers would return, sometimes soft and melancholic, sometimes urgent and accusatory. They spoke of ancient transgressions, of broken promises, and of the unyielding cycle of sacrifice that had defined our bloodline. The spectral voices urged me to remember, to seek out the truth hidden in the depths of my subconscious, and to find the strength to challenge the darkness that threatened to consume me. And slowly, inexorably, I began to believe that I was not fated to be a mere pawn in an ancient game. Instead, I might yet be the one to shatter the cycle, to defy the legacy of despair, and to forge a new destiny for those who would come after me. Now, standing at the threshold of a new understanding, I can see the threads of fate intertwining around me like the branches of a gnarled tree. The whispers in the dark have become both my torment and my guide, urging me ever onward toward a confrontation with the shadows that have haunted my family for centuries. I have come to accept that the night is alive with secrets, that every murmur in the darkness carries with it a fragment of truth, and that only by embracing these truths can I hope to free myself from the curse of the past. As I pen these final words in the quiet hours before dawn, the raven watches from the window, its eyes reflecting the myriad mysteries of the night. I know that the journey ahead is fraught with peril, that the ghosts of my ancestors and the echoes of forgotten rituals will not be easily exorcised. Yet I also know that I must face them, not as a helpless victim of destiny, but as a determined seeker of truth. The whispers in the dark have called me to this moment, and I will answer that call with every fiber of my being. In the silence of this pre-dawn hour, I make a solemn vow: I will no longer run from the shadows that seek to define me. Instead, I will confront them with courage and conviction. I will unravel the twisted tapestry of my family's legacy, piece by piece, until I have laid bare the ancient bargain that has cursed us for so long. And in doing so, I will reclaim my own identity, no longer defined by the sins of my forebears, but forged anew in the crucible of truth and defiance. Thus, as the first faint light of morning begins to push back the darkness, I prepare myself for the challenges that lie ahead. The whispers have spoken, and their message is clear. The time has come to break the cycle, to challenge the fate that has been imposed upon me, and to find a way to let the light of truth dispel the shadows of despair. And so, with a heart heavy with both sorrow and hope, I step forward into the uncertain dawn, ready to embrace the destiny that awaits. I had long known that the answers I sought would not be found within the familiar halls of academia or the dusty corridors of family archives. The clues, the cryptic letter, the ancestral records, and the spectral verses of the raven had led me here, to the edge of civilization and into a realm where reality and myth coalesced. My journey took me far from the safety of my study and the predictable rhythms of daily life, into a disorienting world of ruins and wild, overgrown pathways. It was here, under a starless sky and in the cold embrace of midnight, that I first encountered the labyrinth. The map, so delicately drawn on brittle parchment and marked with symbols that echoed the ancient glyphs of my lineage, had promised an entrance to a secret meeting place of the long-extinct cult. I remember the chill of that night as I stepped away from the lighted roads and into a dense forest, where the trees themselves seemed to whisper forbidden secrets. Every step I took brought me deeper into the unknown, and with each footfall, my heartbeat quickened in anticipation of what lay ahead. Before long, the forest opened into a clearing dominated by the crumbling remains of stone structures. Here, nature had reclaimed what once belonged to human hands. Ivy coiled around moss-covered walls, and broken columns jutted from the ground like the bones of some ancient, long-dead beast. The ruins were both beautiful and haunting, suffused with an air of mystery that spoke of rituals and pacts forgotten by time. I clutched the map tightly, its ink still vibrant despite its age, as I searched for an entrance to the labyrinth that the cult had once used in secret. I discovered the entrance tucked away behind a shattered archway, barely visible beneath a curtain of tangled vines. The threshold was marked with carvings, symbols identical to those that had appeared in the Raven's verses and in my family records. My pulse quickened as I stepped over the threshold. It was as though I were crossing into another realm, one where the past and the present commingled in the murmur of the wind and the soft rustling of leaves. I flicked on a small lantern, its feeble light dancing along the ancient stone walls, and began my descent into the labyrinth. Inside, the labyrinth was a bewildering maze of corridors and passageways. The walls, rough-hewn and pitted by the passage of time, bore carvings that echoed the occult symbols I had seen in the archives. The air was cool and damp, carrying a scent of earth and decay mixed with something faintly metallic, as if touched by old blood. Every step forward was accompanied by the sound of my own breathing and the faint drip of water echoing from unseen depths. As I moved deeper, the passageways twisted and turned in ways that defied logic, creating an ever-shifting puzzle designed to confound and ensnare. It was not long before I began to notice that the labyrinth was not entirely abandoned by its creators. Whispers of movement and fleeting shapes in the corner of my eye suggested that I was not the only one traversing these ancient corridors. I recalled the verses of the Raven, the cryptic lines that hinted at spectral figures and fateful rituals, and wondered if these apparitions were real or simply the product of my own fraying nerves. The boundaries between reality and the supernatural blurred as I advanced, and I found myself both terrified and compelled by the promise of secrets yet unrevealed. Every so often, I paused at alcoves where the walls were inscribed with a series of markings. I recognized these inscriptions as fragments of the ritual texts I had seen in the archives and in my family documents. I would trace my finger over the worn carvings, feeling as if they pulsed beneath my touch with a hidden, resonant energy. It was as though the very stone was alive with memories, each symbol a testament to ancient ceremonies and blood rites. The deeper I went, the more intense the sensation became, a mingling of dread and a strange, almost magnetic attraction that urged me onward. At one juncture, I encountered a vast chamber whose ceiling was lost in darkness. Here, the labyrinth opened into what appeared to be an ancient courtyard, its ground littered with shattered stone and remnants of statues whose features had been eroded by time. In the center of the courtyard, a circular formation was etched into the ground, a design that matched the intricate pattern from the scrolls I had discovered in the shadowed archives. I knelt beside the formation, examining each detail. The pattern was not random, it was a precise guide, a map of rituals performed under the watchful gaze of unseen gods. As I studied it, I could almost hear the murmur of chants rising from the stone itself. Then, without warning, the atmosphere shifted. A sudden chill descended upon the chamber, and the quiet was broken by soft, almost imperceptible whispers. I stood abruptly, my heart pounding in my chest, as shadows began to coalesce in the corners of the room. The flickering light of my lantern revealed brief glimpses of figures, pale, translucent shapes that drifted silently along the edges of my vision. For a moment, I was certain they were the spirits of the cult's ancient initiates, returned to perform the rituals of old. Their presence was overwhelming, a spectral congregation that seemed to enact a silent, eternal ceremony. I felt a cold hand of dread grip my soul as the apparitions drew near. Their faces were indistinct, their forms blurred by the dim light, yet each carried an expression of sorrow and stern determination. It was as if they were bound to this place, cursed to forever reenact the rites of a long-forgotten past. Their eyes, though ghostly, seemed to fix upon me with an intensity that chilled me to the bone. I tried to speak, to ask them what they wanted, but the sound of my voice died in my throat. The only response was a chorus of whispering voices, a cacophony of ancient lamentations that filled the chamber with an eerie, mournful hymn. Panic surged within me, and I scrambled back through the corridor, desperate to escape the spectral embrace of the labyrinth. Yet the corridors themselves seemed to shift and change. turning my retreat into an endless maze. The passages elongated, and familiar landmarks vanished as if swallowed by darkness. In the midst of this disorientation, I could sense that I was being watched. Every flicker of movement in the shadows, every whisper of wind along the rough stone walls, spoke of a presence that was both guardian and jailer in this midnight maze. I pressed on, determined to find a way out, but the labyrinth would not yield its secrets so easily. At one point, I rounded a corner and found myself confronted by a massive stone door, its surface intricately carved with the same symbols I had seen in my family archives. The door was slightly ajar, and a dim, otherworldly light seeped from the gap. My hand trembled as I reached out and pushed the door open. Beyond lay a narrow passageway that descended steeply into darkness, the air heavy with the scent of incense and old earth. The whispering voices grew louder as I stepped through, as if urging me to continue deeper into the heart of the labyrinth. I advanced down the passage, each step measured and deliberate despite the gnawing fear in my gut. The walls here were adorned with frescoes depicting scenes of ritual sacrifice and cosmic alignments. In these images, figures draped in flowing robes chanted before towering altars, their eyes lifted in supplication or despair. I felt a kinship with these figures, as if their sorrow was my own, and for a brief moment I understood that my destiny was irrevocably entwined with theirs. The path twisted and turned, and every so often, I would find myself in small chambers that contained relics of the cult's ceremonies. A shattered chalice, a rusted ceremonial dagger, fragments of tapestries whose patterns echoed the symbol of our bloodline. As I neared the end of the passage, the temperature dropped dramatically, and I could see my breath in the icy air. I reached a vast underground hall that seemed to stretch out into infinity, its ceiling lost in darkness. In the center of this hall was a dais, upon which rested an ancient stone pedestal. Etched into the pedestal was a final set of inscriptions, a complete set of verses that corresponded with the fragmented lines the raven had once whispered to me. The inscriptions told a story of sacrifice and redemption, of a pact sealed with blood and shadow, and they hinted that only the one destined to break the ancient curse could set things right. I approached the pedestal slowly, the gravity of the moment weighing on every fiber of my being. As I stood before the stone, the spectral figures reappeared. They gathered around the dais in a circle, their translucent forms undulating with a sorrowful grace. In that heart-stopping moment, the voices rose to a crescendo, their chant echoing off the cold stone walls in a ritualistic cadence. I felt the energy in the hall surge, and it was as if the very air vibrated with the power of ancient incantations. The figures advanced, their eyes fixed on me with an intensity that suggested I was both the culmination of their ritual and the final sacrifice they had long awaited. My heart thundered in my ears as I realized the full extent of my predicament. I was surrounded by the remnants of a cult that had transcended time, their spectral forms performing an eternal rite designed for my doom. In that moment, I gathered every ounce of courage I possessed and steeled myself to face the confrontation. I raised my lantern high, its weak flame a solitary beacon in the encroaching darkness, and with a trembling voice, I recited the very verses inscribed upon the pedestal. Verses that I had painstakingly transcribed from the ancient manuscripts. My words resonated in the cavernous hall, mingling with the spectral chorus until they became one overwhelming hymn of fate and defiance. For a long, agonizing moment, time itself seemed to suspend. The apparitions paused in their advance, as if weighing my words against the ancient covenant that bound them. Then, with a sudden rush, the spectral figures surged forward. Their forms blurred into a swirling mass of shadows and sorrow, and I braced myself for the impact of their otherworldly force. The collision of wills in that underground hall was unlike anything I had ever experienced, a cataclysm of emotion, memory, and raw, primordial energy. I felt as though I were caught in the very eye of a storm of ancient grief and unyielding determination. In the midst of that tumult, a strange clarity emerged. The cacophony of voices, the spectral onslaught, and the relentless pressure of destiny all converged into a single, piercing realization. I was not merely a victim of this labyrinthine fate, I was its chosen catalyst. As the apparitions closed in around me, I felt a surge of defiant power rising from deep within. My voice, once tentative and trembling, now rang out strong and unwavering as I continued to recite the incantations inscribed upon the stone. The spectral figures faltered, their advance stalling as if caught in the luminous wake of my resolve. Then, as if an unseen force had shattered the bonds of the ancient ritual, the apparitions began to dissipate. One by one, they melted away into the darkness, leaving behind only the echo of their lament and the promise of a broken cycle. The hall fell silent, save for the steady drip of water and the ragged rhythm of my own breath. I stood alone before the ancient pedestal, the words of the incantation still vibrating in the cold air, a testament to the power of defiance and the possibility of redemption. I knew, however, that my trials were far from over. The labyrinth, it seemed, had one more cruel twist in store. As I retraced my steps through the winding corridors, the weight of my victory in the hall was tempered by a growing sense of betrayal. I began to notice subtle signs that all was not as it appeared in this realm of ruins and spectral echoes. Faded markings on the walls, whispered conversations in half-forgotten languages, and fleeting images in the periphery of my vision hinted at the presence of another, a presence that had accompanied me on this perilous journey. It was during one such moment, when I paused in a narrow passage to catch my breath and to gather my thoughts, that I felt the unmistakable sensation of being observed. I turned slowly, my lantern casting elongated shadows along the stone walls, and caught sight of a figure standing at the far end of the corridor. For a long, breathless moment, I could only stare. The figure was draped in dark academic robes, and its face was obscured by a hood. A cold, sinking feeling gripped me as recognition dawned. The figure was no stranger, but someone I had trusted, a friend from my academic circles, who had accompanied me part of the way on this journey. Before I could call out or demand an explanation, the figure slipped silently into the darkness, leaving me with more questions than answers. My heart pounded with the dual shock of betrayal and dismay. How could someone I had considered an ally be entwined with the cult and the cursed legacy that now sought to claim me? The thought gnawed at me as I hurried onward, retracing my steps through the labyrinth with a mind now plagued by uncertainty and grief. The betrayal cut deeper than any physical wound, and its sting was magnified by the labyrinth's ever-present sense of doom. I pushed forward, determined to emerge from the labyrinth and into the night beyond. Every step was heavy with the knowledge that the path I had chosen was fraught with peril, not only from the spectral remnants of ancient rites, but also from those who had betrayed the trust I once held dear. The labyrinth, with its twisting corridors and haunting echoes, seemed to mirror the labyrinth of my own troubled thoughts, a maze of secrets and lies that threatened to engulf me entirely. At long last, after what felt like an eternity of wandering amidst the ruins, I found myself emerging from the oppressive darkness of the labyrinth into the cold embrace of the pre-dawn light. I stepped out into an open courtyard, the night sky beginning to lighten with the first hints of morning. My body trembled with exhaustion and sorrow, and my mind was awash with the dual memories of spectral chants and the bitter sting of betrayal. In that silent moment, I vowed to confront the treachery that had infiltrated my quest and to expose the true nature of the friend who had led me astray. As I made my way back along the overgrown path towards civilization, I carried with me not only the weight of the labyrinth's revelations, but also a newfound determination. The midnight labyrinth had stripped away the illusions I had clung to, laying bare the harsh truths of my heritage and the treacheries hidden in the hearts of those I once trusted. Yet, within that exposure, I found the spark of defiance, a promise that I would not allow the legacy of betrayal and sacrifice to define my future. I would continue to unearth the secrets of the cult, to piece together the dark tapestry of my ancestry, and to challenge the forces that had conspired against me at every turn. Now, with the light of dawn dispelling the last vestiges of the night, I set my course for the next stage of my journey. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with perils both seen and unseen, but I was resolved to press on. The labyrinth had shown me that every shadow concealed a story, every whisper hid a truth, and even the deepest betrayal could be transformed into the fuel for a new destiny. I clutched the cryptic map and the fragments of ancient lore close to my heart, each piece a beacon guiding me through the darkness of a world steeped in mystery. In that moment of emerging clarity, I felt the presence of my ancestors in the quiet murmur of the wind and the distant cry of a lone bird. Their voices, though faint, urged me to continue, to challenge the legacy of blood and shadow that had haunted my lineage for generations. I resolved to confront not only the external threats, the spectral figures and the treacherous alley, but also the internal demons that had whispered in the dark corners of my mind. I would unravel the labyrinth of my own heart as I sought to untangle the ancient pact that bound my bloodline to a cycle of sacrifice. Thus, as I walked away from the ruined labyrinth and into the uncertain light of a new day, I carried with me the scars of my ordeal and the wisdom gleaned from every tortured step. The midnight labyrinth had been more than a physical maze. It had been a crucible in which my very soul had been tested, reshaped by the fires of betrayal, fear, and defiant hope. I knew that the journey was far from over, that darker challenges still lay ahead in the tangled corridors of my family's cursed legacy. Yet I also understood that every trial was forging me into the person I was meant to become. A guardian of truth, a breaker of ancient curses, and ultimately, the master of my own destiny. I stepped forward into the unknown, resolute and unyielding, determined to seek out the remaining fragments of the puzzle that had haunted my every step. The labyrinth was behind me now, its spectral echoes and shifting corridors a distant, yet indelible memory. Ahead lay a future of uncertainty and promise, where the darkness of the past could be confronted and transformed into the light of a new beginning. And so I journeyed on, every footstep a defiant beat in the ongoing rhythm of fate. I had long suspected that the forces shaping my destiny were far from dormant. In the quiet hours following my discoveries in the shadowed archives and the labyrinth, an undercurrent of dread had begun to rise, as if the past were preparing to reclaim its due. It started subtly, with unexplained signs that the remnants of the ancient cult, thought extinct for centuries, were stirring in the dark recesses of our world. I now found myself hunted by unseen figures and pursued by the chilling promise of rituals, meant to restore a power that had long lain buried. The resurgence of the cult was no abstract myth. It was a relentless force, determined to enforce the ancient pact that had cursed my bloodline. I remember the first indication clearly, one cold, rain-soaked evening, as I pored over my notes in a cramped study, lit only by a flickering lamp. A sharp knock shattered the silence at my door. My heart pounded as I approached, uncertain whether this intrusion was a final attempt by fate or a prelude to something far more sinister. Peering through the peephole, I saw only a darkened figure that melted into the night before I could catch a clear glimpse. The sense of foreboding that had grown over the past weeks deepened, and I knew that the cult's agents were no longer content to remain hidden in legends. They were coming for me. Over the next few days, as I tried to decipher the increasingly ominous clues left behind in my ancestral records, I began to feel the pressure of unseen eyes tracking my every move. Late at night, while I worked by the light of my desk lamp, I heard footsteps outside my study and the faint echo of voices that seemed to murmur my name in a language both foreign and disturbingly familiar. I would catch fleeting images of dark figures at the edges of my vision, a hooded silhouette standing motionless at the far end of a corridor, a shadow slipping silently along a moonlit street. These manifestations, fleeting as they were, confirmed that the cult was not only real but had grown bolder, determined to reclaim the ancient covenant that bound my family. Desperation drove me to revisit every piece of evidence I had collected in my journey thus far. I spent sleepless nights poring over the cryptic verses inscribed in my family journals, the haunting drawings in the ancient ledger, and the whispered incantations recalled by the raven's eerie presence. One particular passage, hidden away in the margins of my great-grandmother's diary, spoke of a ritual that would restore the cult's power, a ritual that required the sacrifice of a chosen descendant. The words sent shivers down my spine. In the shadow of the rising blood moon, the here shall be offered to awaken that which slumbers in the depths. It was as if those words had been written for me, foretelling the grim destiny that now loomed on my horizon. I felt a rising urgency to understand the cult's inner workings, so I sought out contacts among scholars of esoteric lore. An old professor, known for his radical theories on occult societies, agreed to meet me in a secluded cafe on the outskirts of the city. His eyes, rimmed with the fatigue of many sleepless nights spent chasing forbidden knowledge, widened when I described the resurgence of the cult. "They have always been present," he whispered, leaning in conspiratorially. "You see, the rituals of old are not confined to myth. They are the lifeblood of a dark tradition. And now, as the celestial signs align, they seek to complete what was started centuries ago." His words confirmed my worst fears. The cult was gathering its strength, and I was at the center of their designs. That same night, I left the cafe with more questions than answers. The professor's cryptic warnings haunted me as I made my way home through rain-slicked streets. The wind carried murmurs that sounded like distant chanting, and every flash of lightning revealed fleeting shapes lurking in the darkness. My mind raced with thoughts of the ancient covenant, the forgotten pacts, and the inevitable clash between the legacy of my ancestors and the cult's unyielding ambition. The raven, which had become a constant silent companion, seemed to circle overhead as if to warn me that the hour of reckoning was fast approaching. It was not long before the situation escalated dramatically. One evening, while I was returning to my apartment, a black van pulled up beside me. Before I could react, a group of figures in dark cloaks emerged and blocked the street. Their faces were obscured by hoods, but I could sense the malice in their deliberate, slow movements. I attempted to retreat, but they advanced with an uncanny precision, forcing me into an alley where the rain mingled with the sweat of my mounting panic. I realized that I was no longer merely a scholar chasing the shadows of history. I had become a target. Their hushed voices, laden with ancient authority, recited fragments of the incantations I had studied, confirming that I was the key to the cult's resurrection. I fled into the maze of backstreets, my heart pounding as I navigated a labyrinth of alleys that seemed to twist and turn with a will of their own. I could hear my pursuers behind me, their steps relentless and measured. Every corner turned only revealed more dark figures, more omens of the cult's determination to seize what they believed was rightfully theirs. Amidst the chaos, I clutched the cryptic letter and the scattered notes that had become my only lifeline, praying that somewhere within them lay the solution to this relentless nightmare. Desperation forced me to take refuge in an abandoned safe house I had discovered during my earlier research. A decrepit building on the edge of the city, shrouded in silence and neglect. Inside, amidst broken furniture and faded wallpaper, I set up a temporary command center. There, by the weak light of a battery-powered lamp, I spread out all the fragments of evidence, the ancient scrolls, the family journals, and even a sketch of the ritual circle from the labyrinth. I worked feverishly, reassembling the pieces of a puzzle that spanned centuries. The text hinted at a ritual that would allow the cult to transfer its power to a living vessel. A vessel that, according to the prophecy, was none other than the heir of the cursed bloodline. As I read the passages over and over, a sickening realization set in. The resurgence of the cult was aimed at binding me, forcing me to become the sacrificial conduit for their dark rebirth. As I sat in that abandoned safe house, a storm raged outside, as if nature itself wept for the impending doom. The wind howled like a chorus of tormented souls, and the rain hammered against the broken windows. In the oppressive gloom, I began to feel the weight of inevitability. Every document I had uncovered, every cryptic symbol etched into my memory, pointed to one grim conclusion. My destiny was inextricably linked to the cult's revival. I had become the nexus through which their ancient power could be channeled, and with each passing hour, the threat grew more imminent. Sleep eluded me that night as I wrestled with the terror of my predicament. The safe house provided little comfort, its cold, empty halls echoing with the memory of forgotten lives. In a moment of wary clarity, I recalled the words of the professor and the visions that had haunted my dreams. I realized that my only hope lay in confronting the cult head-on, in unraveling the dark ritual that bound me to their nefarious design. If I could decipher the final pieces of the riddle, and if I could harness the power that pulsed in my bloodline, I might be able to turn the tide. But the risk was enormous. To challenge an ancient covenant was to invite unimaginable forces into my life, forces that could either save me or destroy me utterly. Over the following days, I moved furtively through the city, trying to evade the cult's relentless pursuit while continuing my research. I visited the archives again, this time seeking obscure references to the cult's resurrection. I scoured neglected manuscripts in forgotten libraries, piecing together the scattered lore of a tradition steeped in sacrifice and forbidden power. The deeper I delved, the more I uncovered about the cult's history. It had once been a secret society that thrived in the shadows of empires, its rituals a blend of esoteric mysticism and ruthless ambition. Its members had believed that by sacrificing a chosen bloodline, they could channel divine power and achieve immortality. The texts were filled with warnings. The ritual could only succeed if the sacrifice was pure, if the blood of the chosen one was untainted by modern corruption. I shuddered at the thought. How could my life, marked by isolation and scholarly pursuit, possibly fulfill such a cruel requirement? Yet, as the pieces of evidence accumulated, I began to notice a pattern. Every reference to the cult's dark resurrection linked back to my own lineage. The symbols that adorned my family crest, the recurring glyphs in our ancient journals, and even the verses whispered by the raven, all converged on the same grim narrative. I was not an accidental bearer of this curse. I was its designated vessel. The realization brought a mixture of horror and defiant resolve. I would not let the cult dictate my fate. I resolved to unearth the secrets of the ritual and, if possible, subvert its purpose. My opportunity came on a moonless night, when the city lay silent under a cloak of darkness. I had arranged a secret meeting with an informant, a former cult member who had long since renounced the order. In a deserted warehouse on the outskirts of town, shrouded in the oppressive gloom of abandoned industry, I met the man. His eyes were hollow with regret, and his voice trembled as he recounted the rituals of old. They believe that only through the sacrifice of the hare can their power be reborn, he whispered. For generations, our bloodline has been marked, and now they have come to reclaim what is rightfully theirs. His words confirmed my worst fears, yet they also provided a crucial clue. He described a ritual site, a secluded sanctuary hidden deep within an ancient forest, where the final rites would be performed on the night of a rare celestial alignment. According to him, the cult intended to converge there with a force that would shatter the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual realms. Armed with this knowledge, I prepared for what might be my final confrontation. The days that followed were a blur of covert movements and fevered study. I reinforced my safe house, gathered every document I had, and meticulously planned my route to the forest sanctuary. The cult's agents seemed to be everywhere, their shadowy presence a constant reminder that I was being hunted. I felt the weight of history on my shoulders as I set out, knowing that each step might bring me closer to the edge of an abyss from which there was no return. The journey to the forest was a trial in itself. I traveled under the cover of darkness, evading prying eyes and using every trick I had learned during my years of academic research and reluctant espionage. The forest was vast and foreboding, its ancient trees looming like silent sentinels over the hidden paths. The deeper I ventured, the more the air thickened with an almost palpable sense of destiny. Every rustle of leaves and creak of ancient branches seemed to echo with the incantations of a ritual long forgotten. At last, I reached a clearing that matched the description given by my informant. A natural amphitheater carved into the earth, its perimeter marked by towering stone monoliths covered in moss and cryptic symbols. In the center of the clearing, a crude altar had been erected, its surface stained with the passage of time and, perhaps, with the residue of previous sacrifices. The silence was absolute, broken only by the distant call of a nocturnal bird and the rhythmic whisper of the wind. I knew, in that moment, that I had arrived at the nexus of the cult's dark designs. Hiding among the gnarled trees, I observed as shadowy figures began to gather in the clearing. Clad in dark robes and bearing symbols that glowed faintly in the starlight, the cultists assembled in a silent procession. Their faces were hidden, their eyes glinting with a fanatical light. At the center of the congregation stood a tall figure, distinguishable by an ornate mask and an aura of command. This leader exuded a cold, almost predatory intensity, and it was clear that he was the one who had orchestrated the resurgence. I could feel the weight of his gaze, even from a distance, as if he sensed my presence in the darkness. Time seemed to slow as the cult leader raised his arms and began to chant in a language that resonated with the very pulse of the earth. The words flowed like a dark river, each syllable laden with a power that defied mortal understanding. As the incantation grew in intensity, I realized that the ritual was about to begin, the culmination of centuries of secrecy and sacrifice. The cultists moved in unison, forming a circle around the altar, their voices merging into a single, ominous chorus that vibrated through the clearing. I felt a surge of terror and defiance. The cult's intention was clear: to bind my destiny to their ancient covenant through the ultimate sacrifice. In that moment, I recalled every step of my journey, the letter that had summoned me, the archives that had unearthed my family's dark legacy, the labyrinth that had tested my resolve. And I knew that I could not allow the cult to complete their ritual. My life, and the possibility of breaking the cycle that had haunted my lineage for generations, depended on it. Stepping from the shadows, I made my presence known. The sudden intrusion shattered the hypnotic cadence of the ritual. The cultists turned as one toward me, their eyes burning with fanatical fervor. The leader's masked face contorted with rage, and he bellowed an incantation that sent a palpable shockwave through the clearing. In the chaos that followed, the cultists surged forward, their intent clear: to capture me, to force me to submit to the ritual, or to eliminate me as a threat. In the ensuing melee, I fought desperately. I dodged and weaved among the cultists, my heart pounding as I searched for an escape route. The night erupted into a cacophony of shouts, clashing bodies, and the clatter of ancient artifacts tumbling from the altar. Amidst the turmoil, the raven, my ever-watchful, silent guardian, appeared overhead, its inky wings beating against the darkness as it circled the clearing. Its presence, inexplicable and resolute, imbued me with a surge of strength. I sensed that the raven was more than a messenger. It was a protector, bound by the same ancient pact that now sought to reclaim me. In the chaos, I managed to slip away from the immediate fray and retreated behind a copse of trees. There, hidden in the undergrowth, I took a moment to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. The confrontation had only deepened the stakes. The cult's resurgence was not merely an attempt to complete an archaic ritual. It was a declaration of war against the very forces of destiny that had haunted my family. Their leader's venomous words and the cultists' unwavering determination underscored a terrifying truth. They believed that through my sacrifice, they could unlock powers that would reshape the world. As I crouched in the darkness, my mind raced through the possibilities. The informant's warning echoed in my ears, and I knew that the celestial alignment promised for that night was fast approaching. If I could not stop the ritual, the cult's dark resurgence might not only claim my life, but also herald a new era of occult dominion over the mortal realm. The thought filled me with a desperate urgency. I had to act, and quickly. I forced myself to rise, steeling my resolve. With the raven's silent encouragement overhead, I emerged from my hiding place and began a cautious retreat toward the edge of the clearing. My plan was simple yet fraught with peril: to disrupt the ritual at its critical moment by invoking a counter. Incantation derived from the very texts I had studied. The ancient manuscripts hinted at a way to nullify the binding spell, a method that required the pure expression of one's will, channeled through the power of ancestral memory. It was a long shot, but it was the only hope I had of turning the cult's dark resurgence against itself. Drawing upon every ounce of strength and knowledge I possessed, I recited the counter incantation under my breath as I moved. The words, though archaic and unfamiliar, resonated with an inner power that seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I advanced toward the center of the clearing, where the cultists had reassembled and the leader prepared to resume his ritual. The air grew thick with tension as I neared the dais, and the incantations of the cultists faltered for just a heartbeat that stretched into an eternity. The cult leader's masked eyes burned with fury as he noticed my approach. He bellowed an order, and the cultists surged forward, their dark robes swirling around them like a living tide. The clearing became a battleground, the forces of ancient ritual clashing with the desperate spark of defiance. In that crucible of chaos, I raised my voice and unleashed the counter incantation with all the conviction that my turbulent journey had forged within me. The words vibrated through the clearing, intertwining with the leader's incantations in a cataclysmic duel of sound and will. For a moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality was tearing apart, the boundaries between destiny and defiance dissolving into raw energy. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. A shockwave of power radiated from the center of the clearing, and the cultists recoiled as if struck by an unseen force. The leader staggered, his incantations faltering, and I felt a surge of hope that my counter ritual might be turning the tide. The raven circled overhead, its cry piercing the tumult as if heralding the dawn of a new possibility. In that moment, the dark resurgence of the cult, so meticulously orchestrated over centuries, seemed to falter, its momentum shattered by the force of my will. But the victory was not complete. Even as the cultists faltered, the leader's eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating malice. "You think you can defy fate?" he hissed, his voice reverberating with an ancient authority. "You are merely delaying the inevitable." With a final, defiant cry, he surged forward, and the struggle resumed with renewed intensity. The air crackled with dark energy as I fought not only to escape, but to dismantle the ritual that bound my destiny. Every blow exchanged, every incantation countered, was a battle for the future of my bloodline, and for the fate of all who would live under the shadow of this ancient curse. For what felt like an eternity, I waged that desperate battle beneath a starless sky, my mind and body pushed to the limits of human endurance. In the maelstrom of clashing forces, I clung to the belief that the power of memory and defiance could overcome the entrenched darkness of the cult. Slowly, inexorably, the cult's hold began to crumble. One by one, the cultists fell back, their incantations silenced by the overwhelming force of the counter spell. The leader, too, staggered, his dark energies dissipating like smoke in the wind. With a final, agonized roar, he collapsed, his body crumpling to the ground as the ritual site fell silent. In the aftermath of that tumultuous night, as the first tentative rays of dawn began to pierce the darkness, I stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by the remnants of a ritual that had nearly consumed me. The cult's resurgence had been thwarted, at least for now, but I knew that the battle was far from over. The dark forces that had once sought to bind my destiny had been temporarily repelled, yet the ancient pact that had cursed my bloodline still loomed as a specter over my future. As I gathered my scattered notes and made my way back through the forest, my mind churned with conflicting emotions. I felt a deep, aching sorrow for all the lives lost to the cult's insatiable ambition, and yet I also harbored a fierce resolve to end the cycle of sacrifice once and for all. The raven, ever my silent guardian, accompanied me on my solitary journey, its inky silhouette a constant reminder that while the darkness might recede for a time, it would never vanish completely. My path was still shrouded in uncertainty, and the ancient covenant that had dictated the fates of my ancestors lingered like a dark promise on the horizon. In the days that followed, I returned to the safety of my study to tend to my wounds, both physical and emotional, and to document every detail of the night's harrowing events. I recorded the final confrontation with the cult, the desperate incantations exchanged in the clearing, and the bitter taste of betrayal I had endured at the hands of those I once trusted. I knew that the resurgence of the cult was but one chapter in a long, tumultuous saga, and that the struggle against the forces of darkness was an unending battle. The realization that I was the key to breaking this ancient cycle filled me with both dread and determination. I spent long hours poring over every scrap of evidence I had accumulated, seeking clues to the cult's deeper machinations. I recalled the professor's warnings, the clandestine meeting with the informant, and even the subtle hints of the cult's presence in the corridors of my own family's history. With each passing day, it became clearer that my destiny was intertwined with the legacy of the cult, a legacy that I had now begun to understand, if only in fragments. The resurgence was not a singular event, but part of a recurring cycle, one that demanded that I confront the darkest recesses of my own soul if I were ever to break free. In a final act of defiance, I resolved to take the fight to the heart of the darkness itself. I began preparations to travel to the ancient site where my ancestors had first encountered the cult, a place shrouded in mud and laden with the weight of countless sacrifices. There, I hoped to find the key that would allow me to end the cycle of blood and shadow once and for all. Though the road ahead was perilous and the cost uncertain, I knew that I could no longer hide from the destiny that had been woven into the very fabric of my being. Thus, with the memory of that fateful night etched into my soul and the promise of a new dawn glimmering on the horizon, I set forth on a path that would lead me deep into the heart of the ancient mystery. The cult's resurgence had been repelled, but the war was far from over. I was now the reluctant guardian of a legacy steeped in sacrifice and defiance, and I would not rest until I had reclaimed my destiny from the clutches of darkness. As I embarked on this final journey, I carried with me the echoes of every fallen cultist, the bitter lessons of betrayal, and the unwavering hope that I could forge a future free from the curse that had haunted my lineage for so long. I stepped forward into the unknown, determined to confront the ancient covenant and, in doing so, to finally break the cycle of sacrifice that had bound my family for generations. I had long anticipated that the answers to the riddle that had haunted my every waking moment would eventually demand a confrontation with the very heart of darkness. The relentless clues, the spectral apparitions, and the inexorable pull of my ancestral past had all converged to lead me to this fateful juncture. Now, in the forsaken corridors of an abandoned cathedral, a place where time itself appeared to have surrendered to oblivion, I prepared to perform the forbidden rite that might, at last, unlock the secret of my destiny. The air was heavy with both incense and decay, and every stone of the crumbling edifice seemed to whisper ancient incantations meant only for those who dared to defy fate. I entered the cathedral at dusk, when the dying light of day surrendered its hold to the murmur of twilight. The once grand structure lay in ruin, its stained glass windows shattered into kaleidoscopic fragments that scattered their color across the cold flagstones. Shadows dominated the vast nave, and the silence was punctuated only by the soft echo of my footsteps. I clutched the worn leather-bound journal, a compendium of my ancestors' secrets, and a fragile scrap of paper containing the final verses I had painstakingly deciphered. Every step I took resonated with the gravity of the task before me. The forbidden rite was not merely an act of ritual. It was a desperate bid to reclaim a legacy stolen by darkness. In the center of the cathedral's nave, a mosaic lay half, obscured by years of neglect and dust. The mosaic depicted a complex pattern of interlocking symbols, ancient glyphs that had recurred throughout my family's records, in the raven's cryptic utterances, and in the faded pages of long-lost manuscripts. It was here that I was meant to begin the rite. According to the ancient texts, this mosaic was a celestial diagram that mapped the convergence of time and destiny, a map that would reveal the sacred geometry underlying the forbidden ritual. Kneeling before it, I carefully cleared away the debris and laid out the fragments of my research upon a makeshift altar I had assembled from broken pews and splintered stone. My heart thundered in my chest as I began to recite the incantations. Each word was laden with the weight of centuries, a blend of archaic syllables and whispered promises passed down from one generation to the next. The verses spoke of sacrifice, of the binding of soul and blood, and of a covenant made in the twilight between mortal despair and divine deliverance. As I pronounced each line, I felt the air thicken around me, as if the very atmosphere were absorbing the potency of the words. The temperature in the nave dropped noticeably, and I saw my breath clouding in the gloom. It was as though the cathedral itself were awakening from a long, haunted slumber. At the precise moment when the incantation reached its crescendo, a sudden gust of wind swept through the ruined church. The shattered stained glass danced like fragmented prayers against the walls, and for an instant, I sensed that unseen forces had gathered to bear witness. My mind was filled with vivid images, visions of my ancestors in solemn assembly, their faces illuminated by the same spectral light that now suffused the cathedral. I saw their eyes filled with both hope and sorrow, as if they were pleading for me to complete the rite and thereby redeem the legacy they had once borne. I continued the recitation with trembling determination, my voice growing steadier as I pressed on despite the oppressive atmosphere. I knew that the forbidden rite demanded more than mere words. It required the willing surrender of one's very essence. To complete the rite, I was compelled to invoke a final, personal sacrifice, to reveal the hidden truth of my lineage through an act that would bind my soul to the ancient covenant. The realization was both exhilarating and excruciating. In my heart, I understood that I must relinquish the comfortable illusion of a mundane existence and embrace the tumultuous destiny that had been written in my blood. Slowly, I retrieved from my satchel a small, ornate dagger, a relic that had belonged to an ancestor whose fate had been entwined with the cult's dark rituals. Its handle was etched with intricate symbols, and the blade shimmered with a mysterious luminescence that defied the surrounding gloom. This dagger was no ordinary weapon. It was the key to the forbidden rite, a sacred instrument designed to pierce the veil between worlds. As I held it aloft, I recalled the whispered legends of my forebears, that only the one destined to break the cycle could wield the dagger to enact the final sacrifice, thus transferring the burden of the ancient pact into a new form of redemption. I drew a deep breath and brought the blade slowly to my chest. The cool metal pressed against my skin as if acknowledging the gravity of my decision. With a steadying hand, I inscribed a final symbol upon the mosaic with a few drops of my own blood. The crimson mark glowed faintly against the ancient tiles, an indelible sign of my pledge to complete the rite. In that moment, the forbidden rite transformed from a theoretical exercise into a tangible act, a convergence of past and present, of memory and destiny. As the blood seeped into the mosaic, a low hum began to reverberate through the cathedral, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath my feet. I could feel the latent energy of the place stir, awakening from its long dormancy. The incantations I had recited merged with the hum, forming a powerful chorus that lifted my spirit, even as it threatened to overwhelm my senses. I closed my eyes, surrendering myself to the ebb and flow of ancient forces. In the enveloping darkness behind my closed lids, I saw visions of spectral ceremonies, of robed figures encircling a blazing altar, of celestial alignments that heralded the turning of fate's wheel, and of a lone descendant whose sacrifice would unleash a tide of both destruction and renewal. The visions grew more vivid, and I could sense that I was nearing the threshold between worlds. A faint glow began to emanate from the center of the mosaic, growing steadily brighter as if a dormant flame were being fanned into life. The light spread outward in intricate patterns, transforming the ruined floor into a living tapestry of symbols and colors. I opened my eyes and beheld a sight both wondrous and terrifying. The cathedral, once a monument to forgotten faith, was now a crucible of elemental power. The air shimmered with the radiance of the incantation, and for a brief, suspended moment, time itself seemed to halt. In that suspended instant, I felt the full weight of the forbidden rite settle upon me. I was acutely aware that my soul now stood at a crossroads, either to be consumed by the ancient forces that had long tormented my bloodline, or to emerge reborn, freed from the cycle of sacrificial legacy. Every fiber of my being vibrated with the intensity of that choice. I could hear the silent pleas of those who had come before, their voices intermingling with the murmur of the cathedral's ancient stones. Their collective memory surged through me, a tidal wave of grief, hope, and defiance that transcended the boundaries of mortal life. At that critical juncture, the spectral presence of my ancestors grew unmistakable. I sensed them encircling me, their energy a comforting yet insistent reminder that I was not alone. They had endured the torment of the ancient covenant, and through the centuries, had passed on their resolve to the living. Their silent benediction lent me strength. I steeled myself against the inevitable surge of otherworldly power, and completed the final syllables of the incantation, my voice resonating with both fear and determination. The cathedral shuddered as if in response, its foundations trembling beneath the combined force of ancient rites and newfound resolve. The glow from the mosaic intensified, bathing the entire nave in an ethereal light that rendered the broken walls and shattered arches almost otherworldly. The forbidden rite had reached its zenith, and I knew that there was no turning back. In that transcendent moment, the pact that had bound my bloodline for generations was being remade, not as a curse, but as an opportunity for absolution and renewal. As the light swirled around me, I felt my own essence intertwining with the ancient energies that had long lain dormant. I was no longer a solitary scholar lost in the annals of history. I was a living vessel through which the collective will of my ancestors could finally manifest. The cost of this communion was high. I felt the edges of my identity fray, as if the ritual were demanding that I sacrifice not only my life's familiarity, but also the vestiges of the person I had once been. Yet, amid that dissolution, there blossomed a profound clarity. I understood that only by relinquishing my old self could I hope to embrace the promise of a renewed future. A future where the dark cycle of sacrifice would be broken, and the legacy of my family would no longer be defined by endless torment. In the midst of that transformative conflagration, I felt the presence of an otherworldly force gently guide me. It was as if the very spirit of my bloodline, long suppressed by the weight of ancient transgressions, had reached out to steady me in this crucible of rebirth. The forbidden rite was no longer merely an act of desperation. It had become a covenant of liberation, a final act of defiance against the malignant forces that had claimed so many before me. As the incantation subsided and the glow gradually softened, I opened my eyes to behold a cathedral transform. The once desolate nave now pulsed with a gentle radiance, a silent testament to the culmination of centuries of sorrow and sacrifice. Slowly, the spectral figures receded, their presence lingering only as a tender memory in the stillness that followed. The mosaic, now restored in its ancient splendor, bore the unmistakable mark of my offering, single, brilliant scarlet symbol that shimmered as a beacon of hope and renewal. I rose unsteadily to my feet, feeling as though I were emerging from a long and arduous journey through darkness into the promise of a new dawn. Though I knew that the forbidden rite had exacted its toll, I also recognized that it had paved the way for the possibility of redemption, not only for me, but for every soul touched by the ancient curse. In the ensuing hours, as the first light of morning crept through the shattered remnants of the cathedral's windows, I took a moment to reflect on the enormity of what had transpired. I sat upon the cold stone floor, my body trembling with exhaustion and my heart still resonating with the echoes of the rite. Every scar, every drop of blood spilled in that sacred act was a testament to the enduring power of memory and the unyielding will to break free from a destiny imposed by forces beyond mortal control. In that quiet, reflective hour, I resolved to carry the lessons of the forbidden rite with me, to honor the legacy of my ancestors by ensuring that the cycle of sacrifice would be transformed into one of hope and renewal. I gathered my scattered notes and journal entries, determined to document every detail of the rite so that its wisdom might guide future generations. The words I inscribed that day were imbued with the bittersweet knowledge that while the darkness had been held at bay, for now, it would always be a part of me. But I also wrote of the light that had emerged from that darkness, of the profound truth that redemption was possible even in the midst of seemingly insurmountable despair. As I left the cathedral that morning, the world outside appeared subtly transformed. The mundane streets of the city, bathed in the gentle light of dawn, held within them an undercurrent of promise. I could not shake the sense that, in some small but significant way, the forbidden rite had altered the fabric of my destiny. I carried with me not only the scars of an ancient covenant, but also the luminous hope of a future freed from the relentless cycle of sacrifice. My journey was far from over. The riddle of the ravens still beckoned me onward, and the shadows of my past would continue to challenge me at every turn. Yet now, armed with the transformative power of the forbidden rite, I felt more capable than ever of facing whatever darkness lay ahead. In the days and weeks that followed, I dedicated myself to understanding the deeper mysteries behind the rite I had performed. I revisited the texts and journals that had first set me on this path, now reading them with new eyes that had witnessed the unyielding power of ancestral memory and the possibility of breaking even the oldest of curses. I began to piece together a more complete picture of the cult's machinations, of the intricate web of pacts and rituals that had ensnared my family for generations. Each revelation brought with it a measure of relief, as well as the sobering realization that the struggle against darkness was an eternal one. There were moments, in the quiet solitude of my study, when I would catch a glimpse of the forbidden rite replaying in my mind. The echo of my whispered incantations, the shimmer of the mosaic, the spectral presence of my ancestors urging me forward. And in those moments, I knew that I had been forever changed. I had stood at the very threshold of oblivion and emerged not as a victim of fate, but as a master of my own destiny. The forbidden rite had become a part of me, etched into the depths of my soul as an indelible promise that even the most oppressive darkness could be transformed into a radiant light. Now, as I journey onward through the shifting landscapes of destiny, I carry the memory of that sacred night like a talisman against despair. I know that the forces that once conspired to bind my bloodline still lurk in the recesses of forgotten time, waiting for their moment to rise again. But I also know that the power of the forbidden rite, a power born of sacrifice, memory, and the unyielding desire for renewal, will forever remain a beacon in the darkness. Thus, with the morning sun climbing steadily into a sky of clear, hopeful blue, I step forward into the next chapter of my quest. Every step I take is a testament to the transformative power of confronting one's past, to the possibility of turning even the most forbidden rites into acts of liberation. Though the shadow of the ancient covenant will always linger at the edges of my vision, I now face the future with a heart emboldened by the knowledge that I am not defined by the curses of my ancestors, but by the strength I have summoned to overcome them. In that quiet resolve, I find the courage to continue seeking the deeper truths hidden within the riddle of the raven, confident that the forbidden rite has set in motion a change that will reverberate far beyond the crumbling walls of that ancient cathedral. I have learned that every act of defiance, every sacrificial moment, has the potential to transform despair into hope and sorrow into the promise of renewal. And so, I move forward with the conviction that my journey, fraught with peril, mystery, and the ever-present shadow of ancient pacts, will ultimately lead to the redemption not only of my own soul, but of the legacy of my entire bloodline. I had long suspected that the answers to the mysteries that had haunted my every waking moment lay hidden not in dusty libraries or crumbling ruins above ground, but in a subterranean realm where memory and myth coalesced into something tangible. The cryptic clues, the letter that had summoned me, the spectral verses of the raven, the dark legacy of my ancestors, had led me to this singular moment, the descent into the catacombs that housed the very soul of my family's history. With trepidation and determination intertwined in my heart, I set out to explore the labyrinthine depths beneath an abandoned estate, a place rumored to harbor secrets that defied time. I approached the ivy-clad entrance to the catacombs as dusk settled over the landscape, painting the sky with strokes of deep violet and bruised indigo. The heavy oak door, reinforced with iron bands and etched with symbols that mirrored those found in my family journals, creaked ominously as I pushed it open. A cool, damp breeze greeted me, carrying with it the scent of earth, decay, and something indefinably ancient. I hesitated only a moment before stepping inside, my lantern casting trembling beams of light along narrow corridors whose walls were hewn from rough stone and scarred by centuries of neglect. The initial passage was narrow, forcing me to move slowly and deliberately. I pressed my hand against the cool stone, feeling as though I were in contact with the pulse of a long, forgotten heartbeat. Every footstep echoed through the silence, and the only sounds were the soft scuff of my boots and the distant drip of water from unseen fissures. As I ventured deeper, the architecture of the catacombs revealed its true nature, a sprawling network of passageways, hidden chambers, and alcoves where the relics of bygone eras lay undisturbed. The dim light of my lantern revealed intricate carvings on the walls, depictions of rituals, symbols of sacrifice, and the interwoven emblems of my bloodline. I recalled the passages from my ancestors' diaries that spoke of the mirror of memory and other objects of power, each rumored to reside in these very depths. With every step, my mind conjured images of ancient ceremonies, of robed figures gathering in secret to perform rites that bound their souls to unfathomable forces. The catacombs seemed to breathe with these memories, as if the stone itself retained the echoes of long-forgotten voices. I found myself both terrified and entranced by the profound weight of history that pressed in on me from all sides. After what felt like an eternity of measured steps and careful navigation, I came upon a vast subterranean chamber. Here, the ceiling was lost in darkness, and the floor was covered in a mosaic of intricate patterns, geometric designs interlaced with archaic symbols that resonated with the images I had seen in the ancient scrolls. This chamber, I realized, was the heart of the catacombs, a sanctum where the accumulated memories of generations lay enshrined. I knelt before the mosaic, running my fingers over the cool, worn stones as I tried to decipher the meaning hidden within their design. The patterns seemed to shift subtly as I observed them, as if the mosaic were a living document that recorded the passage of time and the transformation of memory. In a quiet moment of reflection, I recalled the whispered verses of the raven, its fragmented lines that had haunted me since the very first night. Now, here in the depths, those verses took on new significance. They seemed to echo from the walls, mingling with the soft hum of the underground, and urging me to look deeper into the mysteries of my lineage. I produced my notebook and carefully transcribed the symbols and patterns, determined to capture every nuance for later study. Every mark, every carved line, seemed to testify to a ritual long past, and to the sacrifices that had shaped my family's destiny. My exploration of the catacombs was punctuated by moments of eerie silence and sudden, inexplicable sensations. At one point, as I navigated a narrow corridor that curved sharply, I felt a presence behind me, a fleeting awareness that I was not alone in these ancient halls. I paused, heart pounding, and listened for any sign of movement. The darkness offered no answers, only the soft drip of water and the rustle of unseen things. Yet, in that moment, I sensed that the spirits of my ancestors were watching, guiding me through the labyrinth of memory. It was as though the catacombs themselves were imbued with the collective consciousness of those who had come before, silently urging me onward toward the truth. The deeper I ventured, the more the catacombs seemed to mirror the inner landscape of my own mind. A vast, interconnecting maze of memories, regrets, and hopes. In one particularly narrow passage, I came upon a small alcove where the walls were covered in faded frescoes. These paintings, though worn by the passage of time, depicted scenes of ritualistic, ceremonious figures in flowing robes, symbolic implements, and mysterious, otherworldly lights that danced across the surfaces. I could almost hear the soft cadence of chants and the rustle of ceremonial garments as I examined the images, each one stirring a deep and inexplicable longing within me. The frescoes evoked a sense of both loss and possibility, the mourning of a past steeped in sacrifice, and the promise of renewal through the reclamation of forgotten lore. One fresco in particular caught my attention. It portrayed a figure holding an ornate mirror, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow, surrounded by a ring of spectral figures whose eyes seemed to reach out with silent supplication. I recognized this image from the legends passed down in my family. The mirror of memory, said to reveal not only the hidden truths of one's ancestry, but also the potential for breaking the cycle of ancient curses. With trembling hands, I carefully sketched the image in my notebook, hoping that the clues embedded in the art might one day unlock its secrets. I could feel that this relic of memory was a key, a vital piece in the puzzle that linked my past to the destiny that lay before me. As I moved on from the frescoed alcove, the passages of the catacombs grew wider and more cavernous. I reached a vast subterranean vault whose walls were lined with niches containing small stone coffins and urns. These final resting places, though unadorned, held an aura of solemnity that chilled me to the core. I sensed that here lay the remains of those who had once been custodians of my family's secrets, their lives and deaths interwoven with the dark rituals of a bygone era. I paused before one of the niches, gently brushing away layers of dust to reveal a small inscription in a language I could only partially decipher. It was a prayer, an invocation to powers beyond mortal ken, and its words resonated deeply within me. I felt the presence of my forebears, their silent voices urging me to remember the price they had paid in their quest for power and knowledge. In the oppressive silence of the vault, my thoughts turned inward. I began to question the nature of memory itself, how the echoes of the past, preserved in these cold stone chambers, could simultaneously be a source of wisdom and a prison of grief. I recalled the moments of triumph and despair that had marked my own journey, the times when I had felt the tug of destiny and the weight of an ancient curse pressing upon my soul. The catacombs, with their labyrinthine passages and silent witnesses of stone and time, seemed to encapsulate this duality perfectly. They were a repository of both hope and sorrow, a testament to the enduring resilience of those who dared to face the darkness within themselves. I spent hours in that vault, methodically examining each niche and transcribing the faded inscriptions onto the pages of my journal. Every inscription was a story, a fragment of a life lived in the shadow of the forbidden. a moment of defiance or despair that had contributed to the tapestry of my family's legacy. The task was painstaking, and at times the enormity of what I was uncovering threatened to overwhelm me. Yet I pressed on, driven by a fierce determination to reclaim the memory of my ancestors and to understand the sacrifices that had paved the way for my own existence. At one point, as I sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, I felt a subtle vibration beneath my fingertips. I traced the source to a narrow seam in the wall, where a small, weathered door was almost imperceptible against the rough-hewn stone. My pulse quickened with anticipation. I had heard whispered legends that spoke of a secret chamber, hidden away from the eyes of the world, where the most potent relics of our bloodline were safeguarded. With cautious determination, I found an old, rusted key among my belongings, one that I had recovered from a neglected drawer back at the estate, and inserted it into the ancient lock. The mechanism groaned in protest as the key turned, and slowly, the door swung open to reveal a narrow stairway descending into even deeper darkness. I took a deep breath and gathered my courage before stepping onto the worn stone steps. The air grew colder with each step downward, and the sound of my own breathing mingled with the distant, rhythmic drip of water. At the bottom of the stairway, I emerged into a small, circular chamber that was illuminated only by the pale light seeping in from a crack in the ceiling. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a large, intricately framed mirror. The frame was carved with motifs that echoed the ancient glyphs I had seen throughout my journey, a swirl of symbols that seemed to tell a story of birth, death, and rebirth. This, I knew, was the fabled mirror of memory. Trembling with a mixture of awe and trepidation, I approached the mirror. Its surface was dark and unreflective at first, like a pool of ink untouched by light. I recalled the legends that claimed the mirror would only reveal its secrets under a specific alignment of memory and desire, a moment when the seeker was ready to confront the deepest truths of his heritage. I stared into the depths of the glass, willing it to awaken. Slowly, as if responding to my silent plea, the surface began to shimmer, and images started to emerge, a cascade of memories not entirely my own, but of those who had walked this path before me. I saw flickers of ceremonies held in the dead of night, the somber faces of ancestors whose lives had been sacrificed on the altar of destiny, and the haunting visage of a figure whose eyes held the sorrow of countless generations. The mirror revealed scenes of both glory and despair, of ancient pacts sealed in blood, and of moments of quiet defiance against a fate that had loomed over our family for centuries. I felt the weight of these revelations press upon me, as if the mirror were transferring to me the accumulated burdens of the past. In that moment, I understood that the catacombs of memory were not merely physical spaces, but conduits for the soul, a place where the echoes of the past could be reclaimed and transformed into the power to shape the future. I remained transfixed before the mirror for what seemed like an eternity, my mind absorbing the swirling montage of images and sensations. The experience was both exultant and agonizing, a collision of joy and grief that left me breathless and profoundly changed. I realized that to move forward, I must embrace these memories, however painful they might be, and allow them to fortify my resolve to break the cycle of sacrifice that had defined my lineage. Slowly, I closed my eyes and committed every detail to heart, determined that this sacred knowledge would guide my actions in the days to come. When I finally tore my gaze away from the mirror, I felt a newfound clarity settling within me. The catacombs had given me more than just a glimpse into the past. They had shown me the very essence of what it meant to carry the legacy of my ancestors. I gathered my journal and made detailed notes of every inscription, every image, every emotion that the mirror had revealed. I knew that these records would be crucial as I continued my quest to defy the ancient pact that had cursed my bloodline. Emerging from the secret chamber, I retraced my steps upward through the narrow stairway and back into the expansive vault. The cold stone walls, now familiar and comforting in their enduring solidity, seemed to murmur quiet assurances that I was not alone, that the memories of the past, though heavy, would be a source of strength. With my lantern held high, I navigated the twisting corridors of the catacombs once more, each step filled with a renewed determination to honor the sacrifices of those who had come before, and to forge a future unburdened by the darkness of old curses. In the final stretch of my descent, the passages gradually opened into a series of interconnected chambers, each one a repository of stories and secrets. I paused in one such chamber, where the walls were adorned with inscriptions that chronicled the lineage of my family. The words, though eroded by time, spoke of love and loss, of valor and of the bitter cost of defiance. I read them aloud in a hushed tone, as if invoking the presence of the long departed. In those verses, I found solace, a reminder that the struggles of the past had not been in vain, and that every act of sacrifice had contributed to the resilience that now pulsed through my veins. As I finally made my way toward the exit of the catacombs, the first hints of dawn began to seep into the subterranean gloom. The cool air of the underground mingled with the promise of a new day, and I stepped out into the open with a heart both heavy with remembrance and lightened by the clarity of purpose. The catacombs of memory had shown me the tangled pathways of my ancestry, and in doing so, had endowed me with the power to reclaim my destiny. I knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, that the ancient pact was not so easily broken. But I also knew that the legacy of those who had come before me, etched into the very stone of these hallowed halls, would guide my every step. Standing beneath the slowly brightening sky, I took a deep, steadying breath. I had emerged from the depths not as a broken hair, a cursed lineage, but as a resolute seeker, armed with the wisdom of the past and the hope of a future reimagined. The catacombs of memory had been both a trial and a revelation, a sacred space where the boundaries between life and death, memory and destiny, blurred into one. And as I prepared to continue my quest, I carried with me the understanding that every shadow of the past, every whisper of ancestral sorrow, was a stepping stone toward the redemption of my bloodline. I turned back one last time to gaze at the ancient doorway that had led me into this realm of forgotten echoes. The stone arch, worn smooth by centuries of rain and time, seemed to hold an eternal promise, that no matter how deep the darkness, the light of remembrance and defiance could always find a way to shine through. With that final, resolute thought echoing in my mind, I stepped forward into the new day, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead, emboldened by the memory of those who had taught me that even in the depths of despair, there is always the possibility of renewal. In the hours that followed, as I made my way back to the world above, every step felt lighter, every sound more vibrant. I recalled the images from the mirror and the inscriptions from the vault, and I realized that the catacombs had not merely revealed a history of pain. They had bestowed upon me the tools to transform that pain into the strength needed to break the cycle once and for all. The memories, though bittersweet, were mine to wield. They were a legacy of endurance and hope, a call to arms against the forces that would have me remain shackled by the past. Now, as I set forth on the next leg of my journey, I do so with a heart fortified by the wisdom of the catacombs, a spirit emboldened by the silent voices of my ancestors, and an unwavering commitment to reclaim my destiny from the shadows of ancient curses. Every step forward is a promise that the legacy of memory will not be one of endless sacrifice, but of transformation, renewal, and the possibility of a future defined by hope rather than despair. For as long as I can remember, the threads of my destiny have been woven with enigmas and cryptic clues, a tapestry of ancient rites, spectral messages, and ancestral legacies that have steadily compelled me to search for the ultimate truth behind the riddle of the raven. Now, after traversing the shadowed corridors of forgotten archives, the midnight labyrinth of ruin, the catacombs of memory, and confronting the resurgence of a malevolent cult, I find myself standing on the precipice of revelation. Here, in the dim light of a forsaken sanctum, the disparate fragments of my journey begin to coalesce into a singular, breathtaking moment, the moment when the riddle's final answer is laid bare and the full magnitude of my fate is revealed. I recall the long nights spent poring over ancient manuscripts and the painstaking hours decoding cryptic verses whispered by the raven. Every step along my arduous path had led me inexorably toward this climax, a convergence of memory, myth, and destiny. In that moment, as I assembled the final pieces of the puzzle, I felt the weight of centuries pressing upon me. The pages of my family journals, the faded inscriptions in neglected ledgers, and even the haunting echoes of voices from the catacombs all converged into a single, unmistakable message that the answer to the riddle was not hidden in some distant lore, but was embedded deep within my very blood. I had come to understand that my lineage was bound by an ancient covenant, a pact forged in the crucible of sacrifice and sealed by the blood of those who had dared to defy fate. The cult, which had haunted my dreams and stalked my every step, had long sought to reclaim its lost power through a ritual sacrifice. Their dark resurgence was driven by an unyielding desire to complete that forbidden rite, a rite that demanded the offering of the true heir, the descendant who carried the bloodline's secret. For so many years, I had believed myself a mere inheritor of a cursed legacy, destined to be sacrificed to maintain an ancient balance. But now, in the solitary hush of the decaying sanctuary, I realized that I was more than a passive victim of fate. I was the key, the solver of the riddle, and the one who could ultimately transmute the ancient curse into a force of renewal. I had arranged my thoughts carefully in the quiet solitude of my safe room after the confrontation with the cult. There, amidst scattered papers, trembling candlelight, and the lingering scent of incense and rain, I began to reassemble every clue I had encountered. I remembered the cryptic letter that had arrived on that fateful autumn evening, its words hinting at the dark legacy of my ancestry. I recalled the spectral vigil of the raven, a creature that had silently observed me from the window, its eyes reflecting centuries of untold stories. I remembered the solemn silence of the shadowed archives, where I had uncovered accounts of forbidden pacts and ritual sacrifices. And I remembered the catacombs of memory, where the voices of my forebears had whispered truths that shattered the illusion of a simple, isolated life. All these fragments, seemingly scattered across time and space, now formed a coherent mosaic. Sitting before an ancient stone altar in a ruined chapel, I spread out the relics of my journey like offerings to the gods of fate. I unfurled the brittle parchment on which the final verses of the riddle were inscribed and ran my finger over the delicate calligraphy. The text was cryptic, a labyrinth of metaphor and symbolism, yet its underlying message was clear. The solver is the sacrifice. The bloodline shall redeem itself through the light of truth. I felt a shudder ripple through my body as I realized that my life had been entwined with this prophecy from the very beginning. Every coincidence, every inexplicable occurrence had been a sign leading me to this moment. As I contemplated the meaning of those words, the air in the chamber grew heavy and charged, as if the very fabric of reality were bending in response to my thoughts. Shadows danced along the stone walls, and the silence was punctuated by the distant murmur of a wind that seemed to carry voices from another realm. In that moment, I sensed a presence behind me, a presence that was both ancient and familiar. Slowly, I turned to see the raven, its feathers gleaming with an otherworldly iridescence, its gaze fixed intently upon me. But as I looked more closely, the raven's eyes no longer appeared as those of a mere bird. They shone with an almost human intensity, a depth of wisdom and sorrow that transcended time. I realized then that the raven was not simply a messenger or a symbol of doom. It was something far more profound. In a flash of understanding that sent shivers down my spine, I recognized that the raven was the embodiment of my ancestors' spirit, the guardian of our bloodline's ancient secrets. This revelation struck me with the force of destiny. The creature that had guided me through every step of this perilous journey was, in fact, a living manifestation of the legacy I had long sought to understand. The raven's silent gaze seemed to say, "I have watched over you through the ages, and now, at last, the truth is yours to claim." My heart pounded as the enormity of this realization sank in. Every whispered memory, every cryptic symbol, and every spectral vision converged in that singular moment of clarity. I was not merely the latest in a long line of cursed hairs, destined to offer myself as a sacrifice to ancient, unyielding forces. I was the solver of the riddle, a living repository of the wisdom and sacrifice of my ancestors, chosen to transmute the old curse into a beacon of renewal. The revelation imbued me with a new sense of purpose, a resolve that transcended the fear and sorrow that had haunted me for so long. I felt as though the weight of my past, with all its dark and painful legacy, was finally being lifted, replaced by a burgeoning hope that the cycle of sacrifice could be broken. Emboldened by this newfound understanding, I rose to my feet and addressed the silent congregation of memories that filled the chamber. "I understand now," I whispered, my voice echoing softly against the stone walls. "I am not the doomed sacrifice you once believed me to be. I am the key to our redemption, the one who can break the chains of an ancient curse and transform our legacy from one of despair to one of hope." The words resonated within me, each syllable a declaration of defiance against the oppressive forces that had sought to claim me. In that moment, I vowed to honor the sacrifices of my forebears by forging a new destiny, one that would free our bloodline from the endless cycle of darkness. The raven stirred at my words, its eyes glinting as if in approval, and for a heartbeat, the very air around me seemed to shimmer with the promise of renewal. It was as though the ancestral spirit had finally been unburdened, its purpose fulfilled by my declaration. The realization filled me with a profound sense of gratitude and wonder, a feeling that, despite all the torment and loss, there existed within the darkness a seed of transformative light. Yet even as I embraced this moment of revelation, a deep and lingering question gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. What would be the price of rewriting such an ancient covenant? The very act of defiance against the forces that had dictated my fate for generations was not without cost. I recalled the warnings inscribed in the margins of my family's journals, the desperate pleas of ancestors whose eyes had reflected both determination and despair. Their sacrifices had been the cornerstone of our lineage, and to overturn that legacy was to risk unleashing consequences beyond mortal reckoning. I knew that I must now confront the full ramifications of my choice. The forbidden rite I had witnessed in the abandoned cathedral, the dark rituals enacted by the cult, and the spectral visitations in the catacombs had all led me to this critical juncture. Every step of my journey had been a test, a trial by fire meant to purify my resolve and prepare me for this ultimate confrontation with destiny. And now, with the raven's silent affirmation and the weight of my ancestors' voices echoing within me, I was ready to face the challenge head-on. I closed my eyes and allowed the memories of my journey to surge forth in a torrent of vivid recollections. I recalled the first mysterious letter, its cryptic verses promising a destiny entwined with the shadows of the past. I remembered the countless hours spent in the shadowed archives, where the secrets of an ancient cult were painstakingly pieced together from crumbling manuscripts and faded inscriptions. I recalled the labyrinth of ruins, the catacombs of memory, and the chilling confrontation with those who sought to force me into an ancient sacrificial role. Every trial, every revelation, had been a step toward this final moment of clarity, a moment when the cumulative weight of centuries of sorrow and sacrifice was transmuted into a singular, transformative insight. In that vast, echoing chamber of my inner sanctuary, I resolved to seize control of my destiny. I would no longer be defined by the curse of my ancestry, nor would I allow the dark forces of the past to dictate the future. Instead, I would forge a new path, one illuminated by the light of truth, compassion, and defiant hope. I raised my hand, feeling the cool solidity of my resolve, and swore an oath to my ancestors and to myself that their sacrifices would not be in vain, and that the legacy of our bloodline would be rewritten in a language of redemption rather than damnation. As I spoke these words, a sudden hush fell over the chamber, as if the very universe had paused to bear witness. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft rustle of ancient dust settling and the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat. In that suspended moment, the boundaries between past, present, and future blurred. I felt a surge of energy emanate from within me, a force that transcended the physical and touched upon the spiritual essence of my being. It was a power born of remembrance and defiance, a fusion of sorrow and hope that now coursed through my veins like a sacred fire. The revelation was complete, and in its wake came not only the promise of a renewed destiny, but also the burden of responsibility. I understood that to break the ancient curse and rewrite the fate of my bloodline would require sacrifice in ways I had yet to comprehend. There would be challenges yet to come, trials that would test the very core of my newfound resolve. But in that moment, standing at the nexus of memory and destiny, I felt an unyielding certainty that I was prepared to meet those challenges head-on. The raven, perched silently on a broken stone ledge, tilted its head as if in acknowledgement. Its eyes, deep and luminous, conveyed a message that transcended words, a silent benediction from the spirit of an ancestor, urging me onward with the combined wisdom of countless generations. I felt its presence as both a guardian and a guide, a living symbol of the love and sorrow that had shaped my journey from the very beginning. In that shared moment of understanding, the truth became undeniable. The riddle of the raven had been solved, not by an external force, but by the awakening of the power that resided within me. As the echoes of my vow slowly faded into the stillness, I opened my eyes to a world transformed. The weight of the ancient covenant, which had once loomed like an insurmountable shroud over my existence, now seemed but a chapter in a longer, ever-evolving story, a story that I was now determined to write anew. With the clarity of revelation burning in my heart, I stepped away from the altar and began to gather the scattered relics of my past. Each artifact, each faded inscription, was a reminder of the sacrifices made and the lessons learned. They were not chains to be borne, but guideposts lighting the way to a future of my own making. I emerged from the sanctum of that decaying sanctuary with a resolute heart and a spirit emboldened by the knowledge that the curse had been met with defiance, that the dark tide of ancient sorrow could be repurposed into a luminous current of hope. I understood now that the riddle of the raven was not a simple puzzle to be solved, but a call to awaken the latent power within one's soul, to transmute pain into purpose and despair into a beacon for those still lost in darkness. In the days that followed, I dedicated myself to chronicling every detail of my journey. I recorded the words spoken in that fateful moment of revelation, the images of my ancestors that flashed before my eyes, and the silent, watchful gaze of the raven that had guided me through the darkest hours. My journal became both a testament and a roadmap, a record for future generations that the path of redemption, though arduous, was not impassable. I wrote of the challenges that lay ahead, of the battles yet to be fought against the lingering vestiges of the ancient cult, and of the promise that I had taken up the mantle of rewriting our destiny. The revelation had brought with it a profound shift in perspective. No longer did I view the legacy of my bloodline as a chain of endless sacrifice. Instead, I saw it as a reservoir of strength from which new hope could be drawn. I resolved to share the truth of what I had discovered with those who might yet be ensnared by the curse, descendants who might otherwise resign themselves to a fate of quiet despair. The words of the raven, once so cryptic and foreboding, had been transformed into a call for renewal and defiance, a summons to awaken the spirit of the past and use its power to shape a brighter future. As I journeyed back toward the familiar landscapes of my homeland, the sun rising slowly to bathe the world in gentle light, I felt the burden of the past lessen with every step. The revelations of that sacred night had infused me with a deep, abiding hope, a certainty that the cycle of ancient sacrifice could be broken, that the darkness which had long haunted my family could be transmuted into a source of strength and enlightenment. I walked with a purposeful stride. The memories of my forebears and the silent vigil of the raven accompany me like steadfast companions on a new path. Now, as I prepare to face the next chapter of this unfolding saga, I hold within me the undeniable truth that the riddle of the raven has been solved. My journey has been long and fraught with peril, yet every trial, every shadow, every whispered secret has led me to this moment of clarity. I stand not as a victim of ancient curses, but as a master of my own destiny, a living testament to the power of memory, resilience, and the transformative light of truth. With the spirit of my ancestors burning bright in my heart, and the watchful gaze of the raven guiding my every step, I am ready to step forward into a future reimagined, a future where the legacy of sorrow is rewritten as a legacy of hope. I now know that the riddle was not a burden meant to shackle my soul, but a key meant to unlock the door to my true potential. Every tear shed in the darkness, every word inscribed in forbidden texts has prepared me for this singular moment of revelation. And as I move forward, I carry with me the promise that the curse of the past can be transformed into the strength of tomorrow, a strength born of the deep and unyielding truth that I am the solver, the sacrifice, and the savior of my own destiny. In the quiet certainty of that revelation, I step forward, ready to embrace the future with open arms, unburdened by the shadows of my past. The answer to the riddle of the raven has been found within me, and with it comes the power to reshape the legacy of my bloodline, to turn the tide of ancient darkness into a beacon of enduring hope. I had always known that every journey must end at a crossroads, a final moment when every hidden secret, every forbidden pact, and every whispered memory converges into one inescapable destiny. After years spent chasing cryptic letters, wandering shadowed archives, navigating haunted catacombs, and defying the relentless resurgence of an ancient cult, I now found myself standing in the forsaken ruins of an abandoned cathedral. Here, in the echoing silence of crumbling stone and stained glass shards, the final truth of my existence was laid bare. I was both the solver of the riddle and the destined sacrifice. It was a cold, fateful evening when I first stepped back into the cathedral, a place that had served as a silent witness to the rites of old. The building was shrouded in darkness save for the intermittent glow of a dying moon. I entered with the heavy burden of generations on my shoulders, my heart pounding as I recalled every ominous clue that had brought me here. In my trembling hand, I clutched the ancient journal of my forebears and a folded scrap of the cryptic letter that had once summoned me from the mundane confines of academic obscurity into this labyrinth of destiny. I had come to this desolate sanctuary not only to confront the cult's vengeful spirit, but also to challenge the ancient covenant that had condemned my bloodline to endless sacrifice. The vast interior of the cathedral was a canvas of shattered dreams. High arches and once glorious columns now lay broken and scattered across the cold flagstone floor. The remnants of once sacred stained glass windows cast fragment rainbows on the dust, as if nature herself were mourning the lost splendor of this sacred place. As I moved slowly down the central nave, my footsteps echoed like the heartbeat of a long, forgotten ritual. Every creak and groan of the ancient structure reminded me that time here was measured in centuries rather than moments. I could almost hear the faint, mournful whispers of those who had come before me, the voices of ancestors whose sacrifices had paved the way for my arrival at this precipice. In the center of the nave, beneath a collapsed dome that revealed a tapestry of stars, stood an altar. It was a relic of a past era when the cathedral served as the epicenter of forbidden rites. Here, centuries ago, the cult had performed their most secretive ceremonies, binding their dark power with blood and incantation. Now, the altar beckoned me like a dark magnet, its presence both repulsive and irresistible. I approached it with trepidation, my every instinct screaming that what I was about to do would forever alter the fate of my lineage. I knew that the ancient texts and cryptic symbols had foretold this moment, that in order to break the unyielding cycle of sacrifice, I would have to offer myself in a final act that transcended death, a sacrifice that would both seal and redeem the ancient pact. I took a seat upon the cold stone at the base of the altar and began to spread out the fragments of my journey before me. There were yellowed pages filled with the desperate handwriting of my ancestors, faded sketches of occult symbols, and the carefully preserved verses that the raven had once whispered to me in a voice both haunting and divine. Every artifact was a testament to a life lived under the weight of an ancient curse. I recalled the moment in the catacombs when the mirror of memory had revealed not only the faces of those who had suffered, but also the possibility of renewal. I remembered the midnight labyrinth, where betrayal and terror had intermingled, and the resurgence of the cult that had threatened to end my life even as it sought to resurrect a power long forgotten. All of these moments, each trial, each revelation, had led me inexorably to this final juncture. I unrolled the ancient parchment on the altar, its brittle surface inscribed with the final, enigmatic verses. The solver is the sacrifice. By blood shall the curse be undone, and in its unmaking, redemption is born. The words resonated in the cavernous silence, vibrating with an energy that felt both predestined and defiant. I knew then that I was faced with a choice that defied the laws of both mortal life and spectral fate. I could surrender to the ancient ritual as foretold, a willing victim to the dark covenant that had haunted my family for generations. Or I could attempt to defy it, risking the unleashing of even more potent, uncontrolled forces that might plunge the world into chaos. For a long, agonizing moment, I sat in that unbearable silence, the weight of destiny bearing down upon me. My mind raced through the countless warnings of my ancestors, the desperate pleas of those whose lives had been sacrificed in the name of a power that promised both salvation and damnation. I recalled the voice of my great-grandmother, recorded in a fragile diary entry so faded it was nearly illegible. We bear the curse, but we must also bear the hope. Our blood is the key, and our sacrifice, the lock. Only by offering our very souls can we hope to break the chains of fate. Her words echoed in my heart like a mantra, urging me to see beyond the immediate terror of the sacrifice, and to embrace the possibility that through it, our long-suffering lineage could be redeemed. I rose slowly, my limbs stiff with the chill of ancient stone, and walked to a small table near the altar where lay an ornate dagger, a relic passed down through the generations, its silver blade still gleaming despite the centuries. The dagger had been fashioned with symbols that mirrored those in every document and carving I had encountered on my journey. It was not merely a weapon but a sacred instrument, a conduit through which the ancient power could be both harnessed and undone. I picked it up reverently, feeling its cool metal bite into my palm as if acknowledging the solemnity of the moment. In that instant, I understood that the dagger was the final key to unlocking the ancient pact, a symbol that my destiny, entwined with the legacy of sacrifice, was about to be irrevocably transformed. With the dagger in hand, I stepped back to stand before the altar and looked upward. The dome above, though broken and incomplete, revealed the star-studded night sky, a silent witness to the countless sacrifices made beneath its gaze. I closed my eyes and drew a deep, shuddering breath, letting the gravity of the moment wash over me. Every beat of my heart, every thought racing through my mind, was now aligned with the final act that I must perform. I whispered a prayer not for deliverance, but for understanding and the strength to transcend my own mortality. I knew that this act of sacrifice was not an end, but a transformation. By willingly offering myself, I would shatter the ancient cycle of blood and despair and forge a new destiny, not only for myself, but for every soul burdened by the curse of our lineage. In that profound stillness, I began the ritual. I recited the incantations that I had painstakingly compiled from the scattered fragments of my ancestors' records and the forbidden texts that had haunted my nights. My voice, at first trembling, soon grew steadier and more resolute, echoing against the cold stone walls of the cathedral. The words of the ritual seemed to ripple through the air, awakening forces that had lain dormant for centuries. As I chanted, I felt a warmth begin to emanate from deep within my chest, a surge of energy that pulsed in time with my very heartbeat. It was as if my own blood were stirring, ready to break free of the shackles imposed by ancient sorrow and to give rise to a new beginning. The incantation reached its zenith as I slowly drew the dagger across my chest, allowing a small but deliberate stream of blood to fall upon the ancient parchment. In that moment, time itself appeared to slow as the crimson droplets fell, each one catching the feeble light of my lantern and shimmering like rubies against the brittle paper. I felt the surge of ancestral power coursing through me, a torrent of emotion and memory that threatened to overwhelm my senses. The symbols on the parchment seemed to glow with a newfound intensity, their meanings unfolding before my eyes in a cascade of revelations. I saw flashes of my ancestors' lives, their joys, their sorrows, the sacrifices they had made, and I understood that each drop of blood was not a mark of defeat, but the seed of a transformation. As the blood seeped into the ancient words, the very air around me vibrated with the force of the ritual. Shadows that had long haunted the corners of the cathedral began to recede, replaced by a gentle luminescence that emanated from the altar itself. The oppressive weight of the curse that had bound my bloodline for so long began to lift, replaced by a palpable sense of hope, a hope that was both fragile and fiercely defiant. I felt my body trembling, not solely from pain, but from the overwhelming realization that I was on the threshold of rewriting my destiny. In that moment of raw vulnerability and exalted strength, I heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound. It was the fluttering of wings, a familiar, haunting sound that I had come to recognize as the call of the raven. I turned slowly, my eyes straining in the dim light, and there it was, the raven, perched upon a broken stone ledge high above the altar, its dark eyes reflecting a wisdom that seemed to span the ages. The creature's gaze locked with mine, and in that silent communion, I felt the full weight of my journey converge into one ultimate truth: I was not alone. The raven, my constant guide, messenger, and guardian, affirmed that the sacrifice I was making was not in vain. It was as if the spirit of my ancestors had taken form in that majestic ebony bird, urging me onward with a quiet, resolute determination. With every fiber of my being resonating with the power of the ritual, I stepped away from the altar. I felt a strange lightness in my limbs, a sensation as if the burden of centuries were slowly dissipating. Yet, even as I moved forward, I understood that the path ahead would not be free of consequence. The sacrifice had unlocked something ancient and profound within me, a luminous force that now surged like a tide within my veins. I sensed that the curse, which had once seemed an inescapable doom, was now transforming into a promise, the promise of redemption, of renewal, and of a future unburdened by endless sacrifice. As I walked slowly through the ruined nave, each step resonated with the echoes of that sacred act. I could feel the eyes of my ancestors upon me, an unseen congregation of souls whose sacrifices had led me to this moment. Their voices, once shrouded in sorrow and regret, now mingled with my own in a chorus of quiet triumph. I felt a profound connection to the entire tapestry of my lineage, a bond forged through shared pain and, ultimately, shared hope. I realized that the riddle of the raven had been solved not by denying the past, but by embracing it fully and transforming its weight into a guiding light for the future. In the hours that followed, as the first rays of dawn broke through the shattered remnants of the cathedral's stained glass, I sat quietly in a secluded corner of the nave. I gazed upon the altar where I had performed the sacrifice, and in the soft light I saw not the remnants of despair, but the shimmering promise of renewal. The ancient curse that had once loomed over my bloodline now seemed to recede into the shadows, replaced by a burgeoning hope that glowed like a beacon in the darkness. Every tear I shed, every drop of blood that had fallen upon that sacred parchment, had become a testament to the possibility of change. That even the deepest wounds of history could be transformed into the building blocks of a brighter destiny. I began to record my thoughts and revelations in a new journal, determined that this moment of transformation would not be lost to time. I wrote of the journey that had led me here, the cryptic summons, the labyrinthine ruins, the catacombs filled with the voices of my forebears, and the resurgence of a cult determined to reclaim an ancient power. I documented the pain of betrayal, the terror of being hunted, and the overwhelming force of destiny that had driven me to this final act. Each word was imbued with the bittersweet realization that sacrifice was not an end, but a beginning, a necessary passage through which our collective sorrow could be transmuted into hope and renewal. As the day grew brighter, I stepped out into the open world once more, the memory of that sacred night etched indelibly upon my soul. I understood now that my fate was not sealed by the ancient covenant, but that I had become its master, the one who had chosen to transform sacrifice into a source of strength. The knowledge that the answer to the riddle of the raven lay within me filled me with a quiet, unyielding determination. I would continue my journey not as a victim of an oppressive curse, but as a beacon of possibility for future generations, a living testament to the transformative power of confronting one's own destiny. In the days and weeks that followed, I devoted myself to using the newfound energy that now pulsed within me. I reached out to distant relatives who, like me, had suffered in silence under the weight of our shared legacy, sharing with them the hope that had been born in that forsaken cathedral. I began to see the curse not as an unalterable fate, but as a challenge, a dark riddle whose solution could unlock the door to a future, defined not by endless sacrifice, but by the possibility of rebirth. I became a teacher and a guide, sharing the wisdom gleaned from my journey with those who were willing to listen, encouraging them to reclaim their own destinies from the shadows of the past. There were moments, even after the dawn of my revelation, when the memory of that final act would come flooding back. The cool sting of the dagger on my flesh, the echo of my incantations, and the silent, steadfast gaze of the raven. In those moments, I would close my eyes and remember the promise I had made to my ancestors and to myself, that their sacrifices would be honored not by perpetuating a cycle of endless sorrow, but by transforming it into a legacy of hope and renewal. That promise, forged in the crucible of the forbidden rite, became the cornerstone of my every decision moving forward. Now, as I stand at the threshold of a new chapter in my life, I am filled with a profound sense of gratitude for every hardship that led me here. The cryptic summons, the relentless pursuit by dark forces, the treacherous labyrinths of memory, and the final, transcendent sacrifice that shattered the chains of an ancient curse. I know that the path ahead will continue to be fraught with challenges, that the forces of darkness may one day rise again. But I also know that the power to transform despair into hope, to rewrite the legacy of our bloodline, lies within each of us who dare to face our past with unyielding courage. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the world is hushed and the memories of that fateful night echo softly in my mind, I remember the final words of the riddle. The solver is the sacrifice. I now understand that this was not a dirge of defeat, but a triumphant call to awaken the latent power within our souls. A call to rise, to embrace our destiny, and to transform the sorrow of the past into a future of luminous promise. With every new sunrise, I am reminded that my journey is not complete. I carry with me the legacy of those who came before, the wisdom of the ancient texts, and the silent vigil of the raven that has guided me through darkness into light. I walk forward with a heart emboldened by the sacrifices of my ancestors, and a spirit determined to ensure that their pain is transformed into a beacon for future generations. In doing so, I have not only solved the riddle of the raven, but also redefined the meaning of sacrifice itself. A sacrifice that, rather than condemning us to endless sorrow, liberates us to forge our own destiny. I now set forth into a future filled with both uncertainty and promise. My eyes open to the lessons of the past, and my heart unburdened by the chains of ancient curses. The memory of that final act, the solitary moment when I chose to offer myself so that our collective pain might be transformed into hope, remains a guiding light in all that I do. It is a constant reminder that even in the darkest hour, when all seems lost, there is within each of us the power to rise, to transform, and to create a future defined not by despair, but by the enduring light of redemption. And so, with the dawn breaking over a world forever altered by the events of that sacred night, I embrace the future as both the solver of an ancient riddle and the living proof that sacrifice, when embraced with courage and defiance, can become the catalyst for our most profound liberation.